Good evening and welcome to tonight's City Council meeting for Monday, August 3rd, 2026. I will first await a motion to leave the non-public session and to seal the minutes of that session.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Sally, will you please take the roll?
Assistant Mayor Kelly,
Here.
Counselor Cook,
Here.
Counselor Tabor,
Here.
Counselor Blaylock,
Present.
Counselor Bagley,
Here.
Counselor Moreau,
Here.
Counselor Flynn,
Here.
Counselor Hopkins,
Here.
and Mayor.
Here. Thanks, Sally. If Brian Waslow is watching at home, I just want to send our support. You know that you're fighting through something right now. And for those of you who don't know Brian, if you've been at Ward 5 as a ward moderator, if you've ever come before the Conservation Commission, he was the Conservation Commissioner, he was a state rep. And I don't know if there was, anybody in Portsmouth's history that had a bigger smile than Brian. And so, I can't wait to see that smile again, smiling again. But we're pulling for you, and we, appreciate all you've done for the city. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Acceptance of minutes.
Your Honor, I move to accept and approve the minutes of the July 13th, 2026 City Council meeting.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Before public comment, and we don't have any recognitions and volunteer committee reports, but we do have a Little League team that won the state championship on Sunday, beating a impressive Bedford team. They can't be here tonight because all the coaches are getting ready to go to Bristol down in Connecticut for the regional championships. Their bus is going to be leaving between 7 and 8, trying to knock down that time from the Plains Little League ball field on Friday morning. So I think we should all sow them a big Portsmouth send-off. But here, congrats again, guys, and we'll be congratulating when you guys get back. Next on to public comment for we will start again. First up, Kevin Dwyer on RAP pilot program.
Hello, my name is Kevin Dwyer. I'm the owner of Dwyer's Pub in the press room in Portsmouth. I'm here to talk about the RAP pilot program and the concerns of the hospitality workers in general. I understand that parking is a complicated issue in town and its tentacles touch other complex issues that you all must weigh and balance. But I just want to do my best to represent how the working class people of Portsmouth feel about the program, with hospitality workers particularly in mind. We appreciate the intention behind the discounted rates on selected streets, but I think the reason why restaurant workers might come across as ungrateful is the symbolism and fear of set precedent. Many Portsmouth restaurant workers often feel overlooked and unrepresented. I know that this council has worked hard to make strides for the housing crisis in town, but the reality of where we are right now is most workers have been priced out of town, which means they're not even eligible to vote in the very community they grew up in and contribute to. Between the price of gas, tolls, and parking, it is increasingly expensive to even show up to work. As a business owner, I have concerns that this could eventually induce a brain drain or even make it hard to staff restaurants at all. While the change.org petition may not have taken all the facts and figures that the council is aware of into consideration, I'd ask you to consider the raw motion from where it was born and why it received nearly 2,000 signatures. Workers feel left out, and this feels like one more obstacle to work in town. I heard somebody say last week, if you can't afford to park in Portsmouth, then maybe you shouldn't work in Portsmouth. That tone-deaf sentiment is exactly what could lead to a brain drain and why hospitality workers feel discouraged. Additionally, the symbolism of losing a street like Parrot Ave is just a tough pill to swallow. The middle school is there, the library, Leary Field, the courthouse. Paying to park to watch a baseball game at Leary is, again, a tough pill to swallow. While it may seem like an overreaction on our part, I think it's just the straw breaking the camel's back. Furthermore, the set precedent of paid parking on streets like Hancock, Hanover, or Parrot Ave concerns many of us for fear of the future. While we appreciate the discounted rate for workers, who's to say in the future another city council might abolish that or keep expanding upon it or let it creep elsewhere in town. I know that this is a complicated issue, and I'm sure that there are many facets that I'm ignorant of regarding this, but in my best effort to represent hospitality workers, we feel like we contribute to the local economy and culture, and we would like to extend an invitation to help bridge the gap between policymakers and ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Next up, Eric Anderson on housing.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. Here this evening to speak with regards to what's on the agenda as far as the housing committee. I'm not sure, at least the packet that I read, I'm not sure that the housing plan right now has a final destination at your disposal this evening. And I think the packet indicated that it still has a further process to go through the planning board and some other considerations. I'm a member of the housing committee, but my comments tonight are my own. And I just want to say that the committee's done a great job with what it's had at hand for tools. It hasn't had any extra city land to consider with. It hasn't had that much money outside the housing trust fund to even consider what to do with, and that's still yet to be decided. But we seem to be going in the direction that I think concerns a lot of people in the city. Right now, the way I tabulated it some time ago, and I think the number's even grown, there's been nearly 2,500 housing units added to the city of Portsmouth, either in construction, completion, or permitting. And that's not to say that type of number isn't to be ignored. Well, my issue is such a low percentage of that housing is destined for the missing middle or workforce housing, and that's my concern. It would be kind of a travesty with all the work that the city's doing to try and accomplish some action here that we missed that mark. And I hope any final report or final consideration of the housing committee takes that into consideration. My involvement with the committee will still, be to try and achieve that mark or some semblance of that mark. And I guess in closing, I've said it before, I'll say it again just for repetitiveness, is I just don't understand why surrounding communities of this city do not engage in this issue as much as Portsmouth has. It's confusing to me that they have just as much stake in the housing issues. This problem is not Portsmouth's problem, it's a regional problem, and how we engage those surrounding communities to contribute to this issue. And they have not come forward. Really raises some question in my mind. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eric. Next up is Esther on public comment not allowed. Esther Kennedy.
That's okay, Mayor. We're on a first name
We
basis.
are on a first name basis. You're right.
Esther Kennedy, 41 Pickering Ave. I want to just comment that I agree with the first speaker. I think the parking is a real hindrance. I heard it quite a few times this weekend. We get quite a few people that'll go work and then come down and paddleboard a little bit, and that was their number one complaint. So I really would encourage you to think about that again. I agree with Eric. I'm going to say it every time I come up here. Where can someone that makes $60,000 starting pay for our teachers live in the city? You haven't created it. But what I'm really here tonight for is I watched the planning work session on Banfield Road. And I was saddened to see and hear from the people that attended that there was no public comment. They had no opportunity to speak. There were residents here that had no opportunity to speak. That is wrong. It's right in your council rules, that if there's a public comment, is at work sessions. Then I went to see Von Mall presentation, and I was saddened by what I saw. What I saw was people bringing forth ideas and being shot down in front of the crowd. Councilor Cook was there. People, one elderly gentleman wanted to add seating. Instead of saying, let's look into it, he was told he could bring his own chair by city people. Another nice young man said he wanted to think about the Wailing Wall. And he was told the art's not there. They were going to have it kind of mobile. Then we sit there, and the person that's doing the designs, I brought up an idea about having ropes to, between the parking lot and Von Mall instead of the metal, because a nice elderly man said he was tired of paying all this money to the city because he's on a budget. And I was told that that will not happen because growth goes on the ropes. And if you know Newburyport, and if you know Rockport, there's ropes that separate a lot of things, and I don't see growth. I have ropes, not a lot of growth. But it was just sad that it was supposed to be a public comment. And then in the paper, it was said that the plans were already decided. So if we're going to have public comment, folks, let's have public comment. And you should be taking the citizens' ideas, or then stop lying to us. That's all I have to ask. And maybe we don't have public comment, and then we're a dictatorship. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther. Next, Linnea Grimm on the Daughters of the American Revolution historic plaque.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Linnea Grimm, 38 Marcy Street. I'm speaking this evening as president and CEO of Strawberry Bank Museum. I'm here to speak in favor of the Ranger Chapter Daughters of the American Revolution historic marker donation and placement, a request near Studley's Tavern, one of the museum's buildings on Hancock Street. It's 16C on your agenda. I'm not quite sure what hour you'll get that to there, but hopefully you'll remember I'm in favor of it. We support sharing knowledge about the Revolutionary War period with the public. This plaque will mark a really interesting moment, an earlier ride of Paul Revere in 1774 and the preparation for the raid on Fort William and Mary. While Studley's once stood on Daniel Street, where McIntyre is today, I'm not sure if everyone knew that, it is the right and visible symbol to use for this plaque, even though it's in a different location today. The museum is happy to support this donation and plan.
Thank you, Linnea. Next up, Tower Garzo on email correspondence.
Good evening, Tyler Garzo, 62 McKinley. So briefly on parking, keep enabling more housing as you have done and provide real bus service at the same time, but we can talk about it later. On email correspondence, I understand redacting contact info in email correspondence in the packet for privacy, but the current practice is creating an asymmetry, and this started happening recently. The city keeps these addresses and can reply. You can all reply, while the public reading the packet cannot reply. I'd ask whether the senders could simply opt in to having their contact info included in the packet. Thank you.
Thank you, Tyler. Beth, what's Goddard? Sorry. Beth Goddard on Please Sketch City Hall.
Hi, thank you. My name is Beth. I live at 112 Court Street. I just want to make a comment about, I think I dovetail with Esther a little bit in my sentiment in that the last I was aware through newspapers that we were trying to establish a new police station, and there was a subcommittee established for that. But the latest thing I read was that we're not just renovating the police station, but also City Hall. And I think Councilman Tabor was quoted as saying that we were doing that for the public, that it was something they needed or wanted, or that it would be easier for us to pay our taxes if City Hall was renovated. I'm a little concerned that one project is dovetailed with the other without people's knowledge or consent, and this is the first time we've had a chance to say, wait, hold on, what are you doing? Which I'm thankful for. I would be happier if we could divide out the two projects, and I would be also happier if we could present each project in its entirety to vote on it as a project rather than piecemeal, because once we start, we're not going to stop, and I'm afraid that we're just going to be appropriating funds that we don't have. I would prefer to look at the whole thing part and parcel and then divide it up into portions as we go along. Thank you.
Thank you, Beth. Next, Francis Cormier on the landfill. Oh, did Francis leave?
I think he just left.
I think he just left. Okay, is anybody on Zoom?
No hands raised, Your Honor.
No hands on Zoom. Going to pull a couple of things, if council will indulge. First, would love to be able to pull item 16C, the Ranger Chapter Daughters of the American Revolution Historic Marker donation and placement request, to be followed by the presentation on the Coakley landfill.
Your Honor, I move to suspend the rules and pull up item 16C and then the item on the Coakley landfill.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we have on our, and we have more information here at the dais, but under grants and donations, we have the Ranger Chapter Daughters of the American Revolution Historic Marker Donation and Placement Request.
Your Honor, I would move to accept this historic marker and authorize the city manager to coordinate the installation based on the Department of Public Works location recommendation near Studley Tavern on Hancock Street.
Second.
And seeing that members of the organization are here tonight, I'd ask that a motion to suspend the rules if they would like to speak on the donation in particular.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Barbara, the floor is yours.
Honorable Mayor McEachran and members of the City Council, good evening. My name is Barbara Pambukas, and I reside at 91 Cut Street, Portsmouth. I come before you on behalf of the Daughters of the American Revolution, Portsmouth Ranger Chapter, DAR, and local historian Michael Janulis. There. Together, we are seeking the City of Portsmouth authorization to have a historical educational marker placed at a public location near Studley's Tavern. The purpose of the marker is to inform, educate, and commemorate contributions and actions of our New Hampshire and Maine patriots in 1774. DAR is a service organization that promotes historic preservation, patriotism, and education in communities throughout the United States and the world. Ranger is a very active New Hampshire chapter. We have researched the events and documentation from multiple sources. The primary source of our collection of documents is the handwritten notes called the British Archives, written in 1774, 1775, which includes forgotten testimony about Paul Revere's 1774 mission to Portsmouth to alert, plan the siege, and effectively remove the gunpowder and cannons from the British-held Newcastle's Fort William and Mary. We started our research in April of 2025. Ranger DAR completed the National DAR application for a commemorative marker, and then the next step would be to receive the approval of the City Council. The marker is created by the Pomeroy Foundation. It's the same foundation that created the Lafayette marker that was recently posted in Portsmouth. There's no cost to the City of Portsmouth. We do understand that once the National DAR approves our application, the creation of the signage takes approximately 6 months to complete. Ranger DAR also understands that the process includes DAR gifting and transferring the ownership of the sign and its pole to the city of Portsmouth. We understand the city installs the sign and keeps in keeping with the city's ordinances for proper placement and maintenance thereafter. If approved by this council, Ranger DAR shall respectfully ask for a written statement authorizing installation of the marker. And that letter goes along with our application to the National DAR to finish the approval. A copy of the application is attached, and we believe you all received a copy last week. Ranger DAR is grateful for our partnership and the letters of support by 4 or 5 local historians. And at this time, the signage would say Studley's Tavern, 12 December 1774. Paul Revere and Samuel Cutts alerted New Hampshire, Maine patriots and executed the seizure of gunpowder cannons from Fort William and Mary, December 1774. The one problem with the signage is there's a 20-word limit, so we couldn't go on to say more. At this time, I'd like the opportunity to introduce our partner, Michael Janulis, a local historian and author on this subject. Michael is solely responsible for the research on the British archives and bringing a copy of that to New Hampshire. And a copy of the document is on file with the Newcastle Historical Society and Portsmouth Athenaeum. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Barbara. Certainly. Michael,
Michael?
please speak.
Thank you for this opportunity, council members. My name is Michael Gianolis. According to the directions on the panel here, I need to state my name and where I live. I live in Newcastle, New Hampshire. I need to pretty much put most of my notes here on the circular file based on what I've heard over the past 10 or 15 minutes, and I will reapproach you in writing. Except for now, I'd like to make sure that you are aware that there is some misinformation going around the Seacoast area, if it's visible at all, and that has to do with the a plaque at Jewelry's, the Springer Jewelry's, the jewelry store. It's only about 18 inches in diameter. It's very difficult to read, and one has to bend over and stoop down to digest what it says. The evidence that you have before you in the form of the deposition, the William Torrey deposition. William Torrey was a council member for Governor Wentworth. According to William Torrey's testimony, Paul Revere met with Samuel Cutts in Studley's Tavern. But I think it's important that you realize the difference between what's being portrayed at Springer's jewelry store and the little tiny plaque, which I think in a way, my heart says good, nobody can see it because of the errors in it. But I hope you will consider at some point in the future making a plaque aware that's visible at Ireland. Let me give you what I wrote. To possibly create in the future a historically accurate eye-level marker placed in a central visible location, preferably in the center of Portsmouth, that reflects the facts established in the Torrey deposition and corrects the long-standing error about Revere's timeline. Revere did not just write on the 13th. He wrote on the 12th and 13th. It was an all-night affair. It was a harrowing ordeal, and it was freezing in December temperatures. So I hope you'll reconsider the way his role in the history of New Hampshire is being portrayed and will properly portrayed in the future. Meanwhile, I want to thank you. I think it's awesome that you approved of what the Daughters of the American Revolution brought forward. That'll help shed more light on the history of the Seacoast area. you know, New Hampshire deserves better than the way its history has been portrayed. The entire seacoast area deserves better than what's the way it's portrayed. I'm starting to hear things about, well, you know, do we need to put a sign on Stoodley's? Well, of course we need to put a sign on Stoodley's. We need to put a sign on both the former and the present location, but I don't want to risk ruining what you've already approved. Please don't misconstrue what I'm trying to say here. Just help me elevate the history of this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. And thank you again to the Daughters of the American Revolution for the effort that has gone into this.
Thank you very much.
And the effort, Councilor Bagley.
If I could just ask a question, I don't, the 20-word limit for the sign, is that a city limit? Are we imposing that, or is that a?
The 20-word limit.
That's not like a municipal limit, is it?
The Pomeroy,
Just
Microphone.
it is a 20-word limit.
From where, though? Who, is it our limit?
Pomeroy Foundation.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I just want to make sure we weren't imposing
Foundation
that.
granting, you're giving the grant.
And then just, I understand the gentleman's point about the sign located near Springer's Jewelers, but they don't own that building, so I don't think it's a Springer's Jewelers sign. I think it's just in that location.
Actually, it was a donation of the 100 Club and the Portsmouth Trolley. They're the ones that donated it.
Okay, so I'll see if we can get the verbiage corrected. I just didn't want anybody to think it was them who put it up there.
All right, it seems like a great idea, and again, thank you for coming out in support of that. Look forward to seeing the sign up, and again, to Michael's point of making sure that we have a right place in history all for that. You know, the history of great things allows us to think that we can do great things as well. So certainly look forward to being inspired looking at that sign and bringing my daughters by it too. So all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Passes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next up, moved up the Coakley landfill presentation so that we can catch it a little earlier in the evening.
Great. I'll ask my colleague, Planning and Sustainability Director Peter Britz, to come forward. We have a brief presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. So this presentation is really a general overview of the Coakley landfill Superfund project to update the council on the status and current activities of the site. In the first slide, you'll see the Coakley landfill is located in Northampton with a small portion in Greenland. It was a privately owned landfill that accepted municipal industrial waste from the Portsmouth area from 1972 to 1982. Specifically, Portsmouth, Newington, and Northampton, as well as waste from the Navy and Air Force, and waste from commercial and industrial businesses in the area. The landfill was closed to accepting solid waste by 1982 and accepted incinerator waste from 1982 to 1985 from the City of Portsmouth Incinerator Recovery Plant that operated on leased property at the Pease Air Force Base, after which time the landfill was closed. Following the discovery of contaminated groundwater at the site, a municipal water supply line was expanded in Northampton to provide an alternate drinking water supply to replace many private water supply wells in the area, reducing the potential for exposure to groundwater contamination from the site. The primary source of contamination at the time was determined to be the site, or the Coakley landfill. Next slide, please. Here is an image of the capped landfill. After a lawsuit in federal court, it was determined that the Coakley landfill would be a Superfund site, and a consent decree was signed which empowered EPA to oversee the cleanup and mitigation of the site, which began in the 90s. The Coakley Landfill Group was formed by the potentially responsible parties, or PRPs as they're known, to work on cleaning up the site and implementing the remedy. Specifically, the Coakley Landfill Group is made up of the municipalities of Portsmouth, Newington, and Northampton, the solid waste generators, or commercial users of the landfill, and the transporters who brought solid waste to the site. The cleanup responsibility is also shared with the U.S. Air Force and U.S. Navy, who contribute to the cleanup costs through the Department of Justice. Volatile organic compounds and metals were the primary contaminants of concern after the initial investigation and the selection of a remedial action or cleanup program. The cleanup or remedial action undertaken at the site is at the direction of the United States EPA and the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services. It is important to note that EPA has oversight of all work at the site in accordance with Superfund law. The implementation activities are divided into two areas or operable units. Operable Unit 1 is the area of the closed landfill where the CLG was directed to complete the following remedial actions, according to the Operable Unit 1 consent decree signed in 1995. And that was consolidation of waste and capping of the landfill, collection and venting of landfill gases, long-term monitoring, implementation of institutional controls such as fencing, deed restrictions, and signage. The initial remedial action also proposed an extraction and treatment, or pump and treat system, to remove VOCs from the groundwater. A second consent decree was signed in 1998 by the Coakley Landfill Group, and the work associated with it is known as Operable Unit 2. Next slide, please. This image shows the area of OU1 in purple, which is the capped landfill, and the larger area of OU2, which is also the state's groundwater management zone boundary, but it's the Operable Unit 2 area of the Superfund site as well. OU2 is the area beyond the closed landfill and is intended to address the management of migration of contaminants away from the landfill in the groundwater. OU2 includes the same potentially responsible parties who continue to investigate and perform remedial work at the site. The Coakley Landfill Group, or CLG, meets regularly to implement both remedies as overseen by EPA. The engineering firm WSP currently conducts the site monitoring, and consultants are hired on an as-needed basis to comply with investigations as requested by EPA. Membership in the Coakley Landfill Group includes the City of Portsmouth, who represents the municipal members. The chair of the Coakley Landfill Group is Portsmouth resident Glenn Normando. Staff to the group is Susan Morrill, Suzanne Woodland, Barbara Zolkowitz, Jillian Harris, and myself. Jillian and Susan obviously are here tonight. The municipalities share 63.07% responsibility for the cleanup costs, a portion based on the calculation of their contribution to the landfill, with Portsmouth alone having 53.51 of that 63% of the responsibility. This also gives the municipalities the weight of 2 votes on the committee. The generator group is represented by attorney Seth Jaffe and Kevin Chen, both from Foley Hoag LLP. This group has 1 vote on the CLG with 20% responsibility, and the transporter group, represented by attorney Curtis Shipley of Ellison Winters LLP. This group also has 1 vote on the CLG with 16.9% of the responsibility. The federal government paid to settle its share of the Operable Unit 1 expenses, and for the OU2 Operable Unit 2, the federal government pays its share in arrears, or after the work is completed, and is responsible for 20.08% of the cost of the work conducted on Operable Unit 2. Since the completion of the landfill cap in 1998, the levels of contaminants of concern in groundwater have been significantly reduced, such as VOCs and metals. However, in 2016, the CLG was directed to sample for and monitor a new list of contaminants, which included 1,4-dioxane and PFAS compounds. 1,4-dioxane and PFAS was found at the site in both Operable Unit 1 and Operable Unit 2. The monitoring program has been expanded to include private water supply wells, and additional investigations have been initiated to determine the full extent of these contaminants. Next slide, please. Here's a map. I'm not expecting you'll be able to see it all, but it's just to show you the vast number of monitoring wells, both overburden in the above soil area, and then bedrock wells, water sampling and soil sampling locations. EPA conducts 5-year reviews of the remedy at the site to ensure that public health and the environment are protected. The most recent 5-year review, completed in 2021, determined that the remedy was still protective of public health, but that measures would need to be taken for the remedy to remain protective in the long term. Those measures included the completion of the investigation of the extent of contamination in bedrock groundwater in what was known as a deep bedrock study that was initiated in 2018 and completed in 2021, with a final report of the findings submitted in March of 2023. Next slide, please. Here's an image of one of the wells being installed as part of the deep bedrock study. Next slide, please. This is an image from the downhole geophysics analysis of the bedrock drill hole, which looks for fractures in the bedrock system and identifies fractures where water can move through the bedrock, and also seeks to determine the direction of flow and if water is moving up toward the surface or down deeper in the ground. Deep bedrock study was a very in-depth study looking at how groundwater moves below the site, and specifically in bedrock fractures deeper than had been considered previously. The primary goal was to ensure that there were not deep bedrock pathways moving contaminated water away from the site in areas that were not currently understood. Next slide, please. Here's an image from a pump test where water is pumped from the deep bedrock over several days while other bedrock and overburden wells are monitored for changes which will correlate with connections within the groundwater system. Next slide, please. Here is an image of large carbon filtration vessels used to filter the pumped water. Not knowing what level of contaminants were in the water as it was pumped from the ground, it had to be filtered and then discharged onto the CAP landfill. The Coakley landfill continues to implement recommendations from the deep bedrock investigation, including the completion and monitoring of new wells, the drilling of a new well along the primary groundwater flow path in bedrock south of the landfill, and installation of signage around the surface water adjacent to the new Seacoast Greenway. In addition to the bedrock study, twice a year, the Coakley Landfill Group conducts monitoring of groundwater, surface water, and sediments in and around the Coakley landfill. There's 51 monitoring wells, 25 private drinking water sampling locations, 10 temporary monitoring wells, 8 surface water sampling locations, and 7 sediment monitoring locations. This work provides up-to-date data on the conditions at and surrounding the site. There are several locations where private water supply wells exceeded regulatory standards for 1,4-dioxane and/or PFAS. In these locations, filtration systems are provided to property owners to remove contaminants from the drinking water, or public water supply lines have been extended by the Coakley Landfill Group to address these concerns. As a follow-up to the deep bedrock study, and as part of the ongoing work by the Coakley Landfill Group, we are studying the surface water and groundwater interaction at and surrounding the site. Next slide, please. Here's an image of a site showing the northern part of the CAP landfill where the surface water flows to detention ponds and then away from the site. It's important to note one key reason for the surface water-groundwater interaction study is because when the landfill was capped, in order to help the grass grow, a layer of compost was added to the cap. That compost was intended to help the grass on the top grow better, but it was waste from a wastewater treatment plant, or biosolids as they're known, which was at the time an approved use. However, it was not known at the time that these biosolids contained PFAS. Therefore, it's important to understand the relative contribution of PFAS from the cap into the surface water and as well as the contribution from groundwater from the Coakley landfill under the cap, which contains PFAS from the solid waste. Knowing these relative contributions, the Coakley Landfill Group will better understand the relative contributions from surface water and groundwater to Barry's Brook and Little River systems as water moves away from the site. Next slide, please. Here's a drone image using infrared light to detect and understand where surface water was present beyond the landfill. Since the EPA has lowered its maximum contaminant level for PFAS substances, a new risk assessment was conducted at the site. A determination from that risk assessment triggered an order from EPA to work to remove contaminants from the Barry's Brook system. Next slide, please. After that risk assessment was completed, the Coakley Landfill Group installed additional signage along the new Seacoast Greenway corridor to alert people to the presence of PFAS in the surface water wetland adjacent to the site. While the risk assessment did not suggest a risk when coming into contact with surface water, the assessment did contemplate an ingestion risk for anyone who may regularly be recreating in these wetland areas and ingesting waters from the headwater area of Barry's Brook near the site. Next slide, please. The order triggered by EPA's risk assessment is known as a non-time critical removal action, which is intended to address what EPA has classified as unacceptable levels of PFAS in surface waters near the site. This NCRA, as they call it, required a study to determine how best to proceed with removing the contaminants in Barry's Brook. That study that is known as an Engineering Evaluation Cost Estimate, or ECA as they call it. Building on the understanding of the surface water groundwater interaction study, the city will complete the ECA, or Engineering Evaluation Cost Analysis, before it begins work on a pilot project to remove contaminants from Barry's Brook. The Coakley Landfill Group was successful in securing funding through a grant from New Hampshire DES for $980,000 to initiate and pay for the pilot treatment project to remove PFAS. Next slide, please. Here is a generic image showing one type of pump and treat system. A consultant will be selected to conduct an engineering analysis and develop a pilot treatment project to remove PFAS from groundwater and surface water before it enters the Barriers Brook system. That project is currently out to bid on the city's website. While the bidding is being conducted through the city's purchasing department, the work on the project will be overseen by the Coakley Landfill Group. Hopefully that provides a useful background and update on the activities at the site, and I'm willing to entertain any questions.
Thanks, Peter. Any questions? Councilor Bowick.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Peter, for this presentation. I'm just curious on the water that we're treating or extracting, the contaminated water. Are we measuring how many PFAs or PFOs, and when it's gathered and then versus when after it's treated?
Yes, that would be part of it. Yeah, the influent will be measured, and then the effluent will be measured going out.
Okay.
Yep.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yep.
Assistant Mayor and Councilor
Thank
Cook.
you. What is our timeline of trying to select a consultant and get this work started?
It's soon. It's on the order of months, probably a month or two. Because it's out to bid now, we should be able to go through that list and come up with a selection.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Councilor Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you for the presentation. I'm wondering how much testing we've done outside of this specific testing area. I know that PFAS, PFOAs are pretty prevalent at this stage throughout our environment, so it's not just in sites like this. And how much of a comparison has there been done to this site versus other surrounding areas?
Yeah, that's a really good question. It's hard to get a handle on, but our starting point obviously was a landfill, but then the operable unit 2 is the area that we've detected it coming from the landfill, and there's some sort of connection to the landfill. And we've done a lot of residences and wells we've put in outside of the landfill itself and out in the OU2 area. The state, however, has done testing throughout the state, but even that isn't comprehensive. So you don't know whether, what the prevalence of septic systems impacting the groundwater could be and things like that. So it's very expensive testing, and it's not easy for anyone to really do a widespread testing, but it's happening more and more, and DES has a really good database on it.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thanks for the presentation, Peter. Very informative, and I'm glad to see that we're going to a pump and treat system, which was the original 1994 EPA recommendation. What were the results of the bedrock testing? Were we seeing PFAS move down into a plume and move through that rock layer?
So I'm not going to get super technical on it, but the idea was we hadn't tested that deep in the bedrock. We had bedrock wells, but they wanted us to check deeper to make sure there were no deep bedrock pathways that we were missing. And it turned out that we weren't. Our conceptual site model, which was in place before the deep bedrock testing, was accurate and showed the way water was moving. And I think overall the trend was more moving towards upward levels than lower levels, but that's different in every location.
And how do we, if the PFAS is leaching out of this biosolid compost layer, how do we remedy that?
So this treatment a pilot treatment is meant to understand what to capture. We know it's in both the surface water runoff from the landfill, and we know it's in the groundwater under the landfill. So the likely scenario is that we'd have an intercept location where that water from the surface and the groundwater could be pumped into a treatment system and then pumped out into clean water or injected back into the ground.
Got it, thanks.
Councilor Bagley.
Thanks, Your Honor. And just a lot here in this presentation. Did I hear correctly?
Yeah.
Over a decade ago, one of the caps we used had PFAS, but we weren't concerned with PFAS at the time because it was unknown contaminant.
Right.
That kind of makes you think of Thomas Midley Jr. a bit. One of the things I think that, before I was on the council and study these types of things, you think, oh, there's a problem, let's go fix it. But sometimes fixing a problem with today's technology is not aware of all the risks and dangers. So taking a slow, methodical approach and reducing the contamination, I think, has benefited us in a way, because now we know the PFAS needs to be removed as well. It looks like we have a good plan. I'm not going to pretend that I'm a hydrogeologist and understand all those graphs and designs. They're a little bit more technical than I am. But I will make note, tonight we're going to do probably a bond for $4.9 million on drinking water and $3.1 million on sewage, which all goes to the point of how important it is to protect our water source and our water supply. And as I always do, I just want to give a shout out to Al Pratt, who's always buying up land around our reservoir. And I see Eric Fiedler in the background there. He'll probably speak later tonight. But, we didn't know back in the 1980s that this was going to be a big problem. We do now. We're trying to address it. And we're proactively trying to address making sure that we protect our drinking supply in our river and estuaries now in ways that we didn't do in the past. And I know this is a part of that, and it's not as glamorous because you're fixing somebody else's mess. But I'm glad we have people like you on the job and doing this detailed analysis.
Thank you. And again, it's at the direction of EPA, and we have made sure that everybody around the landfill is not drinking contaminated water. So that's been a goal all along.
Thank you, Peter, for the presentation. I just add to the comments here so much as, the decisions that were made many years ago felt like the right decisions at that time. Having the grass grow seemed like a reasonable thing to do, but could have contaminated. The cap that was put on further potentially contaminated. Would love to, have these lessons learned as we come, and make future decisions of the city in terms of doing the least amount of harm. Also, want to thank the folks. This committee has gone, or the Coakley, what's the CLA?
CLG.
CLG, the Coakley Landfill group. These meetings are open to the public and noticed, and folks can come. Not only Portsmouth residents, but any residents can go and speak to them. One of the things that I have, I guess, over the last 8 years, noticed has been the increased amount of funding as we recognize the importance of PFAS. This is certainly something that, it was this council meeting or the last. We've recently appropriated more money to go towards the effort here. That there is more recognition of the problem that PFAS presents to the community and to the drinking water supply. More specifically, ask that we continue to do, not, all of the things that the EPA asks us to do, but do them in a way as we have kind of started to do that leads more to public transparency and giving as much information to the public. There's nothing, as Councilor Bagley points out, that's more important than drinking water. And if it's a chemical that you accidentally feed your kids, those are things that we've dealt with at Pease and the Child Care Center, and something that nobody wants to have happen. So right. The more information that we can get out and the opportunities for folks to be able to engage on this, as there's certainly a lot of effort going in right now. Appreciate the update and the continued updates and works of the CLG group going forward.
Thank you. Will do. Okay.
All right. Getting back to some public hearings. Public hearings. Vote on ordinance. A public hearing and adoption of resolution 13-2026 authoring a bond issue and/or notes of the city under the Municipal Finance Act of up to $6,500,000, $6.5 million for costs related to school facility capital improvements, elementary school upgrades, elementary school playground upgrade, school facilities paving and roofing. Do we have the presentation here? Was that part of the CFP?
We do not. We have the element sheets in the packet, and staff is available to answer questions, Your Honor.
Any questions of the council? Councilor Bagley.
Just for reminder's sake, which playground is slated for next for the elementary schools?
Little Harbor's under construction now, and New Franklin's next. Kenny?
So we'd be authorizing the New Franklin tonight? Yes. Thank you.
Let's open up to the public hearing. To speak to, for, or against, this is the Resolution 13-2026, school facilities, elementary school upgrades, playground upgrades, and school facilities paving and roofing.
Good evening, Tyler Garza, 62 McKinley. There's a pavement and roofing item within this. I'd ask that pavement and roofing be broken into separate line items, especially since there are different kinds of spending totaling over $2 million in the forecasted CIP. Within the pavement figure, how much is parking lot resurfacing, and where does the high school students' $150 a year parking revenue go? Is it covering the lot, or are taxpayers bonding for it? I'll leave the question of whether we should be subsidizing student parking when so many students are well positioned to walk, bike, or bus for another time. Thank you.
Thank you, Tyler. I'll throw that question to Peter. Is the revenue, or Lynchy, or Ken, sorry, not Lynch, is there a understanding of how it separates in terms of something that we take as a capital versus something that's viewed as a revenue on the school side?
So if I recall, the student parking pass offsets the bus contracts. That's not a revenue that goes into towards the maintenance or the facility of the piece. That bonds through.
Okay, so it goes into public transportation.
Correct.
Okay. Any other questions of this one? There's two more. I think two more. Nope, more than that. A little more than that. So, anybody else speaking to, for, against the resolution on largely the schools? Seeing none, closing the public hearing. Any other council questions or deliberations? Folks, following along home, this is the bond authorization, or the first was the capital improvement plan. This is the bond authorization. And then as they go out, they will be, if they come back to the council, they will, in terms of a upgrade, they will come back to the council in terms of final design. Councilor Bailey.
Thank you, Your Honor. No, I look forward to these upgrades. I think these are going to make our elementary schools a lot safer, and they're also going to make our playgrounds better. And we make our students go to those playgrounds. I think this will just, these are necessary upgrades.
Yeah, I mean, the upgrades we've done so far on the playgrounds have been effective, at least the one at South Mill, and love that when we do them, it's including everybody. I know it costs more, but it's also costs a lot to be left out as a kid that can't participate. So being able to enjoy what every other fourth grader, fifth grader, third grader does is great. All in favor? Aye. Oh, sorry, roll call vote. Roll call vote.
We have to.
And a motion. Do we not have a motion?
No.
No, we don't.
All right.
I'll move that we adopt Resolution 13-2026 as presented.
Second?
Okay, we'll take a roll call vote. Assistant Mayor Kelly?
Yes.
Counselor Cook?
Yes.
Counselor Tabor?
Yes.
Counselor Blaylock?
Yes.
Counselor Bagley?
Yes.
Counselor Moreau?
Yes.
Counselor Flynn?
Yes.
And Counselor Hopkins?
Yes.
Mayor McEachern?
Yes. All right. Next up is public hearing and adoption of Resolution 14-2026, authorizing a bond issue and/or notes of the city under the Municipal Finance Act of up to $6,485,000 for costs related to ambulance replacement program, municipal building audit, implementation, citywide facilities, capital improvement, Hampton Branch Rail Trail, New Hampshire Seacoast Greenway, citywide storm drainage improvements, the Kirk neighborhood reconstruction, Vaughan Mall restoration, and police facility and municipal complex design. We do not have a presentation for this either. Questions before open it up to the public comment?
Thanks, Aaron. And just a comment on the Police Municipal Building Committee. We did talk, we have a speaker tonight, we actually did talk a little bit at our last meeting this week about the importance and something we could do a better job of conveying that this is an old tired building that's reaching the end of its usable lifespan, and if we don't do anything to this building as a whole in the next 10 or 20 years, it'll be pretty grim. The buildings have a lifespan, so that's a have to do type thing that we have. The police station is probably the worst part of the building and needs the upgrades the most. So when the initial bite at the apple, the number for a separate standalone police station came back too high for the city to afford, in my opinion. We went back and looked at it aggressively, and rolling the municipal building and the police building together saved a substantial amount of money. I think the police portion is about 30 million now instead of in the neighborhood of 70 million. But we still have to do the rest of the municipal building. And the reason we have to do the rest of the municipal building is because it's tired and it's broken and it needs to be improved. What we're doing, much like what we're doing in, say, Vaughan Mall, is we did Vaughan Mall because we had to replace all the sewer pipes underneath and the electric and the utilities. And then when we put the top coat back on, we can kind of put it back more or less however we want with low extra costs because we've already dug it up. The same thing's happening in this building. We're doing all the stuff we have to do, the bones of the building, the ventilation, the electrical, the mold issues are going to be addressed with a different type of heating cooling system. When we put all that back together, that's an opportunity for us to make it a little easier for residents to use this facility, to come right in the front entrance in a little bit more convenient way and get to the things that they most often use. One of the proposals further down is these council chambers, instead of them being so grandiose, we got this big space, why don't we make it less grandiose and more functional during the daytime, where we can break it into 2 separate training rooms and things like that, because this area is fairly underutilized during daytime hours and booked just about every night of the week with planning board, HDC, council, school board, etc. So it's pretty complex, but I don't want to get lost in the fact, and I was probably one of the biggest naysayers of spending this money, with the work that the committee's done over the last few years to really come up with a solution to an impending problem, which is this building just being very old and tired. I'm happy to support the monies tonight. I think we have a really good plan and a really good roadmap. I think everybody sacrificed a bit of what they wanted to come together, but I'm happy to support it, and I'll just leave it at that.
Councilor Bagley, Councilor Moreau?
I have a couple of questions. One is that the renovations that are on the list under the citywide facilities that are going to happen to like this chamber and other renovations, I just want to make sure that they're not going to be lost on the fact that we're now making this plan to possibly change everything, like new windows. Are those going to be, incorporated with the future thoughts of the plan?
Correct. The idea would be to have no stranded costs.
Okay.
That if we had to make improvements immediately, they would be improvements that would inure to the overall project.
And then my second question is, I know that some of this is talking about doing, trying to finish the rail trail along North Mill Pond. I'm just curious if we currently have all the rights to do that, or is that still in the works?
Good question.
Hoping somebody has the answer.
Your Honor,
Everyone's
while
looking at
we
each other.
wait for an answer to Councilor Moreau's question, somebody asked that in the Municipal Building Committee, and I believe it was Peter Rice explained, there's a bunch of windows that we replaced in the last 10 years, and we're going to keep those. And all the windows that have been around for 50, 60 years, we're going to replace those. I'm paraphrasing, but roughly like that.
I just wanted to make sure.
So the right-of-ways and the access, at least along the North Mill Pond, we have most of them figured out in terms of the 105 Bartlett projects being built. The section between 105 Bartlett and Maplewood are still in private hands, but have access components built into their properties. So I think we have to negotiate that one. And then as you go around the North Mill Pond and the north end of the cove there, you have the One Rains project, which has a trail along the water as a part of their approved plan, as you know. The city park is moving along and going out to bid soon to build that project. And then the AC Hotel behind that, you quickly go into 53 Green, actually, and that is being built behind there. So more or less, there's the one short section before the cemetery.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Peter.
Councilor Hopkins?
I just wanted to speak in support of the municipal building upgrades as well, because as we talk about the building and the windows and the HVAC, my point is to bring that back to the people that provide point of service to our public. That is, sometimes taken for granted, and there's an inherent safety risk for that. Working in many hospitals, working in many different places, even taking a trip to Manchester City Hall within the past month, there's a lot more security in place for the people that work in these public-facing roles. And I think that we owe that to our city workers here to have a building that has inherent security built in for the public-facing roles before there is some tragedy. So I am in support of these upgrades, not only for the environmental factors, but for the safety of our staff as well.
Councilor Hopkins. Councilor Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. As one of the co-chairs of the Municipal Buildings Committee, I came in, I was very skeptical about the process of renovating the police facility, mostly because we've been doing lots of work to maintain this building and that facility over many years, which has cost us a significant amount of money. But there was one elephant in the room, if you want to say it that way. The HVAC for this entire complex has to be upgraded. It's not just the police facility that needs to be done. It's a system that is building wide. And so if we upgrade the police facility and we don't upgrade the HVAC building wide, we're going to continue to have the same challenges that we've had over a long period of time in the police facility. Now, in order to provide the police with the space that they desire within this building and that they need for their detectives, we also have to displace a lot of our city workers that are outside of the police department, specifically planning department and our inspections department staff. And that means that we will be taking their space away to provide additional space for the police department. That necessitates renovation of additional space within this facility in order to bring them back into the facility and to make sure the facility functions for all staff. So it's not an either or. You don't get to do just the police facility because there's not enough space for the police without taking space away from municipal workers. And then once you take the space away, you have to do other parts of the building to accommodate them and also to address the HVAC system, which will be an ongoing problem for the city, maintenance problem, which costs us a significant amount every year if we don't fix it for the long term. And we're doing all of that within the same budgetary constraints that we had just for the police facility before. So this project, while it seems to have grown in scope, is actually reduced significantly in budget and has come in at the same budgetary numbers that we would have had essentially for just a police facility. And we will be doing the HVAC improvements, which will save us a considerable amount of money in the long term in maintenance on this facility, in this whole building complex, but will also save us money in the long run on utilities costs. So I think that that's a long way to explain how we ended up here, but we've had committee meetings for a considerable amount of time, and if anybody's interested at this point in going back and reviewing those committee meetings, they're all publicly available on the YouTube channel for the city. We have had regular public comment at those meetings. We welcome public input, and we're hoping we receive more public input as we move forward. This design money that is currently being approved, hopefully tonight, was approved several years ago by the City Council. It's not new tonight. It was approved in our CIP budget. We are just going to bonding tonight on this funding. So the council had already considered that funding a few years ago.
Any other questions or comments before public comment or the public hearing? Councilor Blaylock.
I'll just remind people this building is pretty old. Just for reference, my father was actually born here in 1952. But just a reference, and downstairs used to be the morgue. So this building needs some work.
We will now open up the public hearing. 2 for, against. Anything in front of us as resolution 14-2026. Sue.
Hi, I'm Sue Sterry. I live on Broad Street here in Portsmouth, and I'm also on the municipal committee. I had the pleasure last Saturday of spending 2 hours with Carl Weber, our deputy city manager, and we talked to a lot of people. Carl talked more than I did because he was there earlier. However, it was good. The majority of people who stopped at the tent were actually interested in the project of the municipal building. The signs that we had really drew a lot of attention, and I always made it the point to ask them what they physically or what they thought of the physical design, and I didn't get any negative feedback about anything. And I probably talked to about 10 different people, more than 5 minutes at a time. At the end, Carl said pretty much the same thing, that he didn't get any negative feedback from everybody that he spoke to. I did have the pleasure of speaking to one woman who lives in the cottage, and I pointed out to her where the Sally Port is and the height and all of those things, and she was very positive. So if I know anything about older women, she spread that news around the building, so hopefully she'll have an impact on that. And the other thing that a couple of people asked me about were the finances. They didn't ask me about taxes, but they asked me where the money's going to come from. So I was really glad that at our public hearing that Nate had explained that we really could afford this. I didn't get into this bond's going to drop and this is going to happen, but I did say that our finance department had really gone over and presented to everybody at the meeting that it's doable and it's not going to be outrageous or impact people as they immediately think like, oh my gosh, my taxes are going to go up. So, and I've been born in that building down there, so I don't like all these terms of these old buildings that need to be upgraded. They're still standing, so thank you.
Thank you, Sue.
Peter Huda, 280 South Street. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight's hearing is simply not about approving capital projects. You're being asked to authorize another $21.85 million in future borrowings. That does not mean borrowing the money tonight. It means giving the city the authority to borrow it later. A simple example, if you authorize a contractor to spend $100,000 at your home, you haven't written a check, but you've already committed yourself to future expense. That is exactly what this vote does. Since FY22, this council has authorized approximately $154.5 million in capital borrowing. Tonight's request increases that total to approximately $176 million. Even after the April 26 bond sale, the FY27 book still approximates approximately $116 million in authorized but unissued debt still available. But there is another transparency issue here. In April 2026, the city completed a bond sale that generated approximately $35.2 million in proceeds. Yet the council and the public were not provided with a consolidated report identifying exactly which authorized projects were funded from those proceeds and in what amounts. That information should accompany every bond sale. Without it, neither the council nor the taxpayers can determine which projects have been funded, which remain unfunded, how much authorized borrowing remains for each project, or whether additional authorizations are actually necessary. So my first question is simple. Why is this council being asked to authorize another $21.6 million before receiving a complete accounting of what has already been authorized, what has been funded through prior bond sales, and what has actually been spent? Fleet Street, perfect example. The city's own capital improvement plan describes Fleet Street as one comprehensive project, including sewer separation, water drainage, streetscape, pedestrian improvements funded by the general water, sewer, and sewer and general fund. Phase 1, North Mill Pond. Phase 2, Vaughan Mall and Upper Congress Street. Phase 3, Fleet Street. Yet tonight, Vaughan Mall appears as a separate FY27 project, requesting another $1.5 million, $500 from each general, water, and sewer fund. But if you actually read the sheet, it actually tells you they're not going to start this. This is all surface. So the question would be, on this one specifically, why are you asking for $1.5 million when the rest of the stuff you are telling us on the project sheet is already done? So that's all, 1.5 is all for surface. But Vaughan Mall has already been identified in Phase 2 of Fleet Street. If the Vaughan Mall has already been part of Fleet Street, why is it now being funded separately? How has the total Fleet Street project been increased? If so, what is the new total project estimate? If not, why isn't Vaughan Mall included in the Fleet Street authorization? The city's project website still continues to list Fleet Street at an estimated $11.2 million, while council authorizations and requests associated with this corridor approach is now approach $20 million across multiple fiscal years and funding sources. Those numbers are simply do not reconcile. If Von Mall was always phase 2 of Fleet Street, separating into new bond requests makes it more difficult, not easier, for the council and taxpayers to track the true cost of this project. The council deserves a reconciliation showing original cost estimate, every authorization to date, every bond issued, every dollar spent, and the current estimated cost to complete the entire project. Fleet Street's not the only example. City facilities continue to receive additional appropriations after multiple years of citywide facilities funding, while separate requests are also included for HVAC, and this year, multiple municipal building audit implementation. The question would be, if you're going to ask for another 58 or whatever you're asking for the police facility and this building, why would you ask for a total of another $1 million and not include this in that update? The police facility follows the same pattern. Previous appropriations funded repairs, deficiency, feasibility work, and initial facility funding. And tonight, another 2.8 is requested for design before the council has received a comprehensive financial plan. My concern is not with these projects. My concern is accountability. When projects are repeatedly expanded, divided into separate requests, or spread across multiple funds and fiscal years, neither the council nor the taxpayer can easily determine the original cost of the project, the revised project cost, how much has all been authorized, how much has actually been bonded, how much has actually been spent, and how much remains, or why additional authorization is necessary. Before authorizing another $21.6 million, I respectfully ask the council to require a project-by-project accountability report that identifies original authorization, additional authorizations, bond issues, dollars spent, remaining balances, percent complete. I've been asking for this for 8 years. Original estimated cost and current estimated cost and expected completion date. Transparency should not end when a project is authorized, and right now that's exactly what is happening. Transparency should continue through the bond sale, through construction, until every project is complete. Without that information, this council is being asked to increase borrowing authority while approximately $116 million in previously authorized borrowing remains available. This is not about opposing capital improvements. It's about requiring the same level of financial accountability from city government that every taxpayer is expected to exercise with their own household budget. Before increasing the financial obligations that future councils and future taxpayers will inherit, first provide a complete accounting of the money already authorized, already borrowed, and already spent. Thank you.
Thank you, Petra.
Esther Kennedy, 41 Pickering Ave. This council put together a budget of $158 million. You have $116 million sitting there that's been authorized and not spent. You know, people, I was interested in when I went to the Von Mall, one man spoke up and said, please just make this cheap so that I can afford to live here. You know, I've been to a lot of city halls. I've been to Dover. They have a very nice entrance, a very friendly entrance to come in. It's a very old building. They honor the old building instead of saying it's crap. And, you know, I've been to Somersworth, still has the rickety floors. People do not complain about working there. I have been to Farmington. Same thing. You know, we honor our history, we honor our buildings. We don't have to have the Taj Mahal. I ask you to go through these things and ask, why we're getting another ambulance when we have 4, and we only have 3 stations. And we know that it's become a competitive business. So there's other entities out there that have ambulances. And as we look at this ambulance replacement, how much is Newcastle giving to it? How much is Greenland giving to it? All these places, Newington, they utilize our ambulances and our hospitals. So, you know, I can go through every one of these and pretty much say the same thing. You know, what are other communities contributing when they're utilizing it? And you have to ask yourselves, how much burden can we put on the Portsmouth taxpayer? How much burden can we put on the future taxpayers? You've all run on the fact you want housing for all. You keep going up in taxes, and you keep going up in basically mortgages on things, to put it in layman's terms. With the bonds, you're not making it affordable. So I think Councilor Cook said, our desires, what is our needs? You know, we can't look at desires. We need to look at what do we need truly to make our city successful, and what do we need to make our city so that we can do our daily business. That's all we're looking for. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther. Any other speakers to, for, or against on this public hearing? Seeing none rise, seeing none in Zoom, closing the public hearing. Any other council questions or deliberations? Councilor Bagley.
Thanks, Your Honor. I think some of the speakers tonight brought up some good points, and that is our bond cycles are confusing. We have the CIP, but we really only authorized that fiscal year CIP. And it's not even really authorized at that point because, like we are tonight, we then have to authorize those bonds for the city. Now, we're not going to go down to the bank tomorrow and take out all this money because we don't need it yet because we're not going to start the project. And in some cases, that project may get delayed 2 or 3 years, such as Fleet Street. When we went to do that, we realized that the drainage lines downstream of it had to be improved, and I think it was the Maple Street Bridge had to be done. So everything ends up getting delayed for years. So we have $112 million, I think it was said, in authorized but not bonded monies. And the reason we've authorized them is because we know those projects are coming. The reason we haven't bonded them is we don't need the money yet because we haven't gotten to the point where doing that construction. I like to refer to our streets as kind of like when you own an old house, which I think a lot of people in Portsmouth either do or live in. When you open up the wall, you don't know what you're going to find, but you know it's not going to be pleasant and it's going to cost more money and time. And the same thing happens when we open up our streets. We find all sorts of things, wooden pipes. I think there was a giant telephone switchboard under Von Mall that nobody ever knew about, and some of the wires might have still been live and doing things, so we had to figure that out, delay the project a week. So we end up in a situation where we start a project to do something in the city, and then it expands like an octopus, and we have to bond for other streets or other things that have to happen. It's not bad accounting, it's not bad management. It's the reality is until the shovels hit the ground and we start digging things up, we don't know what we don't know. And we're not going to take the money out of the bank until it's time to spend it. So you get 3 bites, I believe, at the apple with every bond issue. We get the first bite when we approve it in the CIP. We get the second bite like we're doing tonight where we approve for the city to go out and do the bond. And then we get a last chance to say no when we actually issue the bond, which might be next month or it might be 3 years from now. I've been up here a long time now. I look at the finances. I'm very happy with the professional management of the city, the job they do. The banks give us a AAA bond rating, which the national government doesn't even get. I forget what our last bond came in. It was at 4% or thereabouts.
3.5.
Yeah. 3.56% interest rate. Who else in the country is getting interest rates on bonding like that? That speaks to the financial experts around the world trusting what the city is doing with its money. And we're doing a great job, in my opinion. I'm biased because I'm up here. I think we have a wonderful place to live, albeit it costs money. It costs a lot of money to provide clean water, sewer, fire, police, great education for our kids, great recreation, great libraries. That's what we're doing tonight. We're approving these things not because they're cheap, but because we need them to be a community that we want to be. And when it comes to spending money, that's where we're really saying these are our priorities. It's really easy to say that you believe in things. It's hard to put money behind it, and that's what we're doing tonight.
Thank you, Andrew. Anybody else, council? We just add one thing, a couple things. First, on the we're governed by the debt limit, so the idea that we have $116 million in authorized spending that exists out there. We also have a council policy that's going to limit how much we bond for in any calendar year to make sure that we're under a debt limit. It's not like there's going to be projects that are coming back and $116 million and we're going to go to 100% of our debt limit overnight. But to Councilor Bagley's point, those were approved but not yet started. I would like to talk about the police station, not just because it came up in public comment, but because of where we started this process. And I recall it was my first time on the council and got to tour the police station and got to see the rock closet for the first time. And for those that haven't had the chance to see the rock closet, it is it's a room with a door, and it opens, and there's this kind of earth in there and rocks. And not to say that anybody was working in there, but speaks to the fact that this is a pretty, I won't say old, Sue, but it's a nuanced building. One of the things that we heard, and I'm apologizing for folks that have heard this before, but I think it's worth telling. When we first looked at going to other sites for the police station, one of the drivers for that was that it was needed to be a Category 4 building. Now, without getting super into the weeds and the technical aspects of that, that's a hardened building that can sustain, hurricane force winds. It's part of the building code, and it's something that you don't build your house to, and you don't build actual office buildings to. And so, the idea that we were going to necessarily be able to buy another office building so that we could then retrofit that, getting that up to a Category 4 building was going to be a lot of effort in and of itself, and is certainly a lot of cost. Heard a lot of folks talk about being able to just kind of buy this building or that building and make it to the police station. There's a lot of effort, and we'll see how well Concord does in doing that exact path, where they spent upwards of $60 million on a project to do that for another police building. What we heard here in Portsmouth was two things at the same time, two facts that can be true at the exact same time. One, I think the community believed that those members, men and women of the police force, deserve to get out of the basement, out of conditions that were not conducive to police work, evidence collection, booking, intake of suspects, and that Portsmouth was not going to be able to sustain $72 million estimate that we came back for the cheapest of the options that we had for a separate police building. At that point, it wasn't because we were looking to build a Taj Mahal or any great wonder of the world that we included the municipal building, but as was pointed out, this room right here. I've often said that this is the most expensive room in the city of Portsmouth because it is heated and cooled every day of the year, but only occupied for fractions of the night, sometimes way too long into the night, but it's never open during the day. And one of the specific things that the police department was asking for was the ability to say, hey, can we get folks in here? Can we do trainings? We're going to trainings all around the state. If we could host, it would be better. The other thing, we talked about is a community policing facility. Could we have this? Could we have more room in a place where we could do some trainings? Could we welcome the public in? And to that point, we weren't welcoming the public into this giant room during the day. It's dark. It's not, it's not being used. And so being able to look at this in a different light allowed us to save some of the space. Asking some folks to make some changes, and I'll get to that in one second. But first, Shanti Wolf came and looked at this in a different way in terms of we originally didn't talk about renovating this building because in order to do so, we were going to get Category 4 having to do the whole building. He looked at the building code slightly different and figured out a way for us to be able to say, hey, we don't actually have to renovate everything in this building to Category 4 when we start to touch it. That was a big change in how we were looking at this in the first place. And then, of all of these decisions, this is the most impactful to staff. It's going to suck during this process. And I don't want to sugarcoat that in terms of what is going to be asked of every employee here. That has not been one thing that I've heard through this entire process. And I haven't actually publicly stated this, but I want to thank, the staff for always putting their needs in terms of, like their work life, like being able to say, we're going to be in a building, we're going to be walking, we're going to be in temporary locations, their office is not going to be the office. I think most of us have gone through that one time or so in our life. It's disruptive, but that's, what we're looking at to do when we got a $72 million nut that we looked at and said, this is too much, when we had $12 million still stated to be, fixed in the HVAC, and to be able to bring that in, in a phased approach, maintaining the debt limit, I think is a worthy plan that we're going to continue to move forward with as a part of it tonight. Is it perfect? Absolutely not. Would I like to spend the money on something else? Absolutely yes. But to be a 400-year-old city means having, looking at the needs not just of right now today, but knowing what those needs are going to be in 10 years, in 20 years, and making sure that they are not unattainable when they come to be needs, and be able to plan for that future. So I want to thank the Municipal Building Committee. I want to thank the folks that asked to be on that, that served as citizens on that, to the staff. There's a lot of work that's going to go into this, but I appreciate looking at how do we make the best situation out of a tough situation, to be able to spend money when there's not money laying around, and be able to do so in a way that is going to stretch this as much as we can. Councilor Hopkins.
I just feel like this might be a good time to plug the work session we did last month on this topic that should be available on YouTube, should people want more detail or to see the designs and to hear the discussion around that. It was probably my favorite work session to date.
Well, Councilor Hopkins, I don't know if it is, I will say it was a good one too. I was just happy that Mr. Rice was out there spray painting on the street where the extension would go to. I don't know if that's still out there, or if you use temporary spray paint on that. But I encourage everybody to watch that, and I encourage everybody to continue to stay involved. And going down the list, ambulance replacement program, until we change the staffing requirements, if we are going to change that, this is a part of the process that we know that it's very expensive to build and repair ambulances, and so this is a part of the reason why we have that replacement. The municipal building audit just spoke to that in terms of citywide facilities. Hampton Beach Rail Trail, to be able to invest a certain amount of money, this has probably been the surprise of my time on the council, just how much people love the rail trail and being able to invest in that. The drainage allows us to use less water than we've used 10 years ago, because we continue to separate that. The creek is another area where that's going to be separating the storm drains. The Von Mall restoration, so we have more to say about that later in today. It's a long time coming for that. It's not the final product of what we have right now with the Jersey barriers, but look forward to doing that. So I just, there's a lot in here. Again, I don't, if this is your first time watching any of this or listening to this, like, it's not, it's our job to make sure that we have this conversation over and over again. In fact, the capital improvement plan will start up again this month. At the end of this month is when we start the budget for next year. So I'd encourage, the citizens' requests are open until September. I'd encourage everybody to be a part of this. This is what we do all year long, and there's many times that we will have another chance to discuss this, but it's always worth having the discussion. All right, with that,
Your Honor,
questions?
I move to adopt resolution number 14-2026 as presented.
Second.
Require a roll call vote.
Assistant Mayor Kelly?
Yes.
Counselor Cook?
Yes.
Counselor Tabor?
Yes.
Counselor Blaylock?
Yes.
Counselor Bagley?
Yes.
Counselor Moreau?
Yes.
Counselor Flynn?
Yes.
Counselor Hopkins?
Yes.
And Mayor McEachern?
Yes. Thanks, Sally. Next up, public hearing and adoption of resolution 15-2026, authorizing a bond issue and/or notes of the city under the Municipal Finance Act of up to $600,000 for the costs related to the purchase of one fire apparatus. That is a fireboat. Do we have a presentation on this?
We do not.
Any council questions, or do you want to jump right into the public hearing? Council questions? Okay. Public hearing.
Esther Kennedy, 41 Pickering Ave. I've been very vocal that we do not need a fireboat. And it was a prime example during the Parade of Sales. The Parade of Sales, we had the state police boat, we had the DES boat, we had the Port Authority, we had Fish and Game, we had the Navy Yard, and then you had 2 Coast Guards. And we, as Eric always says, we only have a mile. When you're out there, and I was thinking about it at the time, I actually ran into it and saw the fireboat that we currently have. You know, when I think about you're in an emergency on your boat, you're out there, you're not going to call Portsmouth Fire. The first thing you're going to do is use the radio and call the Coast Guard. And that happened that night. On the emergency line, we were out there listening to the radio, and all of a sudden someone's in trouble. They did not call Portsmouth Fire. So I really think that, since we also don't keep it in all year round, I really think that you really need to think, is this a want or really a need? And just look at the Portsmouth sales. And I know the city manager said that the Coast Guard said they weren't going to come, and they weren't going to come and do their duty. But I also know currently, unless it changed legislatively, that is their duty. They don't need to save your vessel. They need to help you get off and make sure you're safe. So as someone who's sailed around the world, been boats all my life, I really would think twice, do we need to spend this $600,000? The other thing that I want to remind you is the last time we spoke about this, I heard about $150,000 that we put in the CIP, and then maybe we try to find grants right from the mayor during that during that council meeting, and now we're back up to $600,000. So I guess you have to really ask, with all the money going out, how are we going to be able to allow someone with $60,000 to live in our city? Thank you.
Thank you, Esther.
Good evening. Thank you very much. My name is Eric Anderson, 38 Georges Terrace, Portsmouth. I've been here before in public comment to express my thoughts and opinions on the city bonding and purchasing of a new fireboat. I still stand by many of those thoughts in many respects, but have come to the realization that this purchase will still proceed in some manner, but now it's with specific detail on how it will be done. At a previous council meeting, there was some logic and some physical consciousness on the matter. It was proposed and approved by the council to authorize for bonding of $150,000, which would represent 25% match for a $600,000 boat, contingent on the city investigating, applying, and procuring available federal dollars. It made sense. But now it is mysteriously returned before you to fully bond for a $600,000 vessel without proceeding with the council, without proceeding with the strategy of $150,000 as a 25% match. There should be some explanation as to why this change took place without any council or public discussion. Chief Quinlan put together a very informative packet on the fireboat issue, which I've seen and which I'm sure you've read. There was one section that gathered my interest and hopefully yours. It was providing an explanation to the existence of the Piscataqua River Emergency Response Group. Within this group, it states, there is no less than 5 state and federal agencies capable of emergency response on the Piscataqua. A quote from this information packet states, through this collaboration, roles and capacities
are clearly defined, and the city of Portsmouth is recognized as having primary responsibility for responding to accidents in and along the river. Primary responsibility. With that statement, it only prompts the question as to why the city of Portsmouth take on the primary responsibility and expense at the cost of its taxpayers when other New Hampshire communities east and west of Portsmouth and also in Maine absorb no cost, equipment, personnel, time, or risk. I think with confidence that when any accident takes place on the water in the Piscataqua, and potentially extending to the Isles of Shoals, the first call that will be made will be to the city of Portsmouth, because they have the best equipment. They got the best toys. Nobody else has anything like it. Rye has a jet ski. Newcastle has an aluminum boat. I don't know what Maine has, but we'll have a $600,000 vessel, and you can be very confident that that's where the first call is going to be made when there's an accident or a need for response. I still would like some explanations how this mysteriously transformed itself from the $150 25% match to a fully bonded issue of $600,000. It's not the biggest ticket item, it's the principal. Well, I think there is a slim chance for you to change your position on this matter. The least you might do is recalibrate this bonding matter and rethink some type of strategy or equitable solution for the taxpayers of Portsmouth, which might include other communities that have the same responsibilities to emergencies and accidents. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Any other speakers?
Hi, I'm Sue Sterry. I live on Broad Street in Portsmouth. I lived in Elliott briefly years ago, and while I was there, I was on the safety committee. And our biggest concern for the safety on the river were all those oil tanks that sit up there. But not only that, also the LPG boats that sit up in there. There's no one city that could handle anything, even on a minor level, of what might happen with those boats or those tanks. And the other concern was, even though it included Kittery, was any terrorist activity on the Piscataqua Bridge. And that is a prime place for many things to happen, to be dropped on ships coming in, bombs underneath, what have you. I mean, this was years ago, so I can imagine that there are probably even more issues that could happen with terrorism in the area. I take it very seriously. We talked to Augusta and things like that. And again, it was years ago. So I'm really concerned about us not having a proper tool that could happen here, regardless of whether we want to go up into Great Bay or out to the Isles of Shoals. Somebody has to be aware and on top of what's going on with terrorism in this area. And there are. Not anything that we need to worry about, but the shipyard and the Coast Guard are responsible for maintaining security along the three bridges that we have. I have no idea what their protocol is. I don't know if they check once a month or once a year or what anybody does at this point in time. So, yes, I was at the meeting where they talked about $150,000 for a new boat, which I think is great. And again, I'm really curious why all of a sudden it's going up to $600,000. But we need something, so this just needs to have a happy medium and an explanation why we should spend $600,000. If that's what we need to do, then so be it. But I'd want to know why first. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue.
Peter Huda, Portsmouth. So no one's arguing against public safety, but when the council tells the taxpayers at a meeting that it's going to cost $150,000, and then you come back and ask for $600, without telling taxpayers how many actual calls this vessel responds to every year, what's the real cost to residents, and how many mutual aid resources are available here and not sufficient. So the bigger issue to me here is when this was first discussed, it was told that we were going to share this and it's only going to be 150. You took it down from 900 to 600 and then 150, just like Eric said. And now, and you haven't answered any questions, and I know I put these questions forward. How much is it really costing us per call? And the question is, please, when you do that, include all the training and all the extra time that has to be put in to maintain this vessel and get it on the water. So I think the taxpayers deserve to know both sides of this, not just the cost, but how much it is costing them in total to do this. And why isn't the Coast Guard and all the 4 other agencies supporting Portsmouth and everybody else who's on the Piscataqua River? Thank you.
Thank you, Petra. Any other speakers, public comment? Any on Zoom? No. Seeing none on Zoom, closing the public comment. Easiest thing to clarify is I had a motion for it to be $150,000, which represented what was under the represent the match under a federal grant. That motion did not pass, and the $600,000 is the cost that is approved as a part of the CIP. That, as a part of that, what did pass was to submit an application, which, as I understand, was submitted, and we will have the answer on our fate anywhere between the end of August and the end of September. But it passed as a $600,000 fire apparatus or fireboat, and it was under the agenda. I'm sorry if it was confusing. It was under the agenda with a motion, but my motion did not pass that evening. And so it was down from $900,000 to $600,000, but it did not become a requirement of the federal grant being successful. Councilor Blaylock.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I've kind of been against this, with the price tag, with the $900,000 and the $600,000, when we talked about it in the CIP and the budget. I look at it as a risk assessment, right? It's a cost-benefit analysis. Our most important job up here is to keep everyone in Portsmouth safe. Our second most important job is to do it efficiently with your taxpayer dollars. I'm a boater. I'm a paddleboarder. I'm a swimmer. I'm out on the water. My family's got 2 properties on the water. But I can't justify this cost for the residents of Portsmouth and for my neighbors. I understand the Coast Guard is understaffed, but that issue should not fall on the city of Portsmouth. And I get it. I trust me. I've had lost a lot of sleep over this. Worrying about people, putting people in an unsafe position, or or leaving our swimmers or waterfront, or kids playing in the Prescott Park, or I can think of all the possibilities. But at this point, from what I've been presented and what I've been told and everything, I cannot justify $600,000 to be put on our taxpayers for a fireboat.
Councilor Blaylock. Councilor Tabor.
This has been controversial from the start, but I think the council has gathered a lot of information. I know for me, people get hurt on boats. People get hurt near the river. People fall into the river. Tragically, some people jump into the river. And the only agency that brings the paramedics to the scene of those incidents is the fire department. So I think it was clear to me when we are the medical aid, we are the paramedics among all these agencies, that we need the right tools to do the job. And compounding that, you know, if we were to have a fire breakout on Bow Street, on Ceres Street, that could only be suppressed from the water. Just the amount of property damage, I think, justifies being able to attack a fire that way. But primarily, to me, it's this is a very busy river. There's a lot of boat traffic. There's a lot of things going on, summer and winter. Well, primarily summer, but even in winter. And we have to get paramedics there to save lives, and I think this is the tool to do it.
Thank you, Councilor Tabor, Councilor Bagley, and then Councilor Cook.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor. You know, at 900,000, I couldn't support this. I thought it was too much money, so I voted against it. I don't know, happy is probably not the right word, but I think it's appropriate to support it at 600,000 for the reasons Councilor Tabor just stated. Our men and women are out there. The boat is the boat that we have now is the wrong boat. And whose fault that is, it doesn't matter. The fact is that we're sending our men and women out in the wrong boat. There are towns, Newington, for example, they keep their boat in the water all year round. They've got a 2019. I don't know all the specifics on it, but it's a more robust boat, and it's in the water all year round as a fire boat should be. In fact, they called us because their boat was in for service, and they said, "Can you put the boat in the water a month early this year?" And we ended up sending our fire team out in a snow squall for I don't know if it was a rescue or a recovery operation, but you know they're out there on the water. We've also, you know, the Isle of Shoals belongs to Rye, and they've called us for service, and we said, no, we don't have the capability to go out 7 miles offshore in our boat, and we probably still won't with this boat. We're talking about the coastline of the Piscataqua in Portsmouth and directly adjacent and across the river to our friends in Maine. There's enough going on there where we need paramedics, recovery operations, rescue operations, that if this is a service that we want to provide, and I think giving our history as a seagoing town, giving Prescott Park and the number of families that are there for different events, all the boaters on the water, all the fishermen, all the waterfront activities that we have. You know, we got a water taxi now. I know that guy's pretty vocal. I love that we live in a maritime community, but with that comes risk, and there's going to be accidents, and there's going to be tragedies. And yeah, every boat with flashing lights was at the parade of sail. Accidents don't happen at the parade of sail. Accidents happen at 2 a.m. And that's when our men and women respond, and they have to have the right equipment. And if we can get the right equipment for 600,000, which I think we can, then I think it's a worthwhile expenditure. You know, there's a cost benefit, and Councilor Blaylock and I, you know, we disagree on where that point is, but I think we're both making the same point. At some point, the cost is too much. For me, that was 900,000. At 600,000, I think it's an appropriate cost. At 125,000, it'd probably be unanimous. We're all going to have different opinions and perspective on what we should spend on a fireboat. I think the chief has made a really good case for his team that this is what they need. There was, you know, we got the wrong boat, 8-9 years ago, and you know we can't undo that. We can't change that past, but we can move forward with the right boat in the future. So I'm going to support this. And then just, you know, to the mayor's point where the motion didn't pass, and that's why it came through here. But one thing we did is we separated it out, and it wasn't me. Somebody else smarter than me did this. We're talking about this as an individual item because it is contentious, and it gives us on the council, it's not lumped in with 6 other things. We're all going to vote up or down on this one specific item because it is a controversial item, and I think that shows good government. We all get a chance to vote for that one specific thing. It's not lumped in with a playground or a school upgrade or an ambulance. We're just voting on the fireboat, and we're going to have to own that vote individually because it's a roll call vote.
Thank you, Councilor Bagley. Councilor Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just a few weeks ago, my husband and I were walking down by the water, and we saw the current fireboat being operated by our fire department employees. And I turned to my husband, who happens to be a physician who's trained in advanced life-saving and CPR and regularly has to resuscitate people. And I said, could you do CPR on that boat? And he wasn't terribly confident that he could on our existing fireboat. And I said, okay, so it would be challenging on the existing boat. What about in February? And he just was kind of shocked at the idea that our firefighters would be providing EMS service on the river in an open boat in February in the freezing cold, and could potentially be rescuing somebody who needs CPR on that boat, needs life-saving care on that boat that is open air in the middle of the winter. And that has always been my concern about our existing boat. It would be very challenging to provide the care that we need to provide for somebody who's been in the water, especially in really cold water, unexpectedly early in spring, on a boat in its current condition, current size. We do need a better fireboat. If nothing else, it's because of what Councilor Tabor said. We provide that EMS service on the river, and we have one of the fastest currents in the world on that river. It's very challenging to navigate. People regularly get stuck on paddle boards or in kayaks in the wrong place at the wrong time, going the wrong direction. It could be very challenging for an individual to navigate, and we, as a result, have accidents on the river. I want to make sure that we're protecting our residents, our citizens, to the best of our abilities, and that we're be able to provide EMS care on the river if needed. And so that's why I will absolutely support this expenditure for the fireboat.
Hey, Councilor Cook, any other comments? So it's difficult in that we're just before the window of which we're going to get an answer back on this. So ideally, it would be coming in the end of September after this, and I could easily support it then. Likely would support it even if we didn't have the funding, but would like to wait until we have an answer on this. So I'd entertain a motion to push this until the September timeframe to see if we have funding on this, or whether or not it is something that we would be funding ourselves.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second for discussion. Your Honor, could we, and maybe this is a legal question, but could we approve it tonight pending the outcome? Approve it, but delay it until we hear the outcome of the grant application, or does that
No.
jeopardize the grant application?
I think it would be cleaner if you just table it to pick a date off your calendar, maybe an October date, to be safe.
If you voted to approve, you'd have to vote to rescind,
Yes.
which we don't.
Is there I guess a question for the chief, would it impact the procurement process?
Thank you for the question, Your Honor. No, it wouldn't impact that at all, other than delivery time.
Delivery time, when would that, is it an equal delivery time?
Again, we haven't gone through the procurement process, so not having put it out to bid, I wouldn't know who's bidding on it or who's providing the vessel, how long their delivery times would be, but it would be later than if you moved on it tonight, right? Just
Fair enough.
30 days, right?
Okay. Any other, was there a question on this side? No? Okay, thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chief.
Councilor Bagley?
Do we have a recommended date to table it to?
The first, well, the window to hear from the grantor is no later than the end of the federal fiscal year, which is September 30th, as I understand it. So the meeting immediately after that is October 13th.
With the maker of the motions agreement, I'd amend it to table to October 13th city council meeting.
Yeah.
Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Thank you very much. The next, we're still back here, jeez. All right.
Still.
Public hearing and adoption of Resolution 16 dash 2026, authorizing a bond issue under notes of the city under the Municipal Finance Act and a participation in the State Revolving Fund loan program for up to $4,900,000 for costs related to annual water line replacement, well stations improvements, Madbury Water Treatment Plant facility repair and improvements, Portsmouth and Collins Walls treatment, the Crick neighborhood reconstruction, Vaughan Mall restoration. No presentation. Any council questions? Seeing none, we'll open the public hearing. Speak to for or against this specific resolution. Seeing no one rise, no hands on Zoom. Closing the public hearing. Any additional council questions?
Your Honor, I move to adopt resolution number 16-2026 as presented.
Second.
Any further discussion? Council Buck.
I'll just state that a lot of these improvements go to our safe drinking water and keeping us healthy.
Indeed. Roll call vote, please.
Assistant Mayor Kelly?
Yes.
Counselor Cook?
Yes.
Counselor Tabor?
Yes.
Counselor Blaylock?
Yes.
Counselor Bagley?
Yes.
Counselor Moreau?
Yes.
Counselor Flynn?
Yes.
Counselor Hopkins?
Yes.
Mayor McEachern?
Yes. Thanks, Sally. Next up is public hearing and adoption of Resolution 17-2026, authorizing a bond issue and/or notes of the city under the Municipal Finance Act and/or participation in the State Revolving Loan Fund, SRF program, of up to $3,100,000 for the costs related to wastewater pumping station improvements, Pierce Island wastewater treatment facility, citywide storm drainage improvements, and Vaughan Mall restoration. No presentation. Any additional city council questions? Seeing none, we will open the public hearing. No one rising, no one on Zoom. Closing the public hearing.
Your Honor, I would move to adopt Resolution 17-2026 as presented.
Second.
Any questions now? No. Roll call vote, please.
Assistant Mayor Kelly?
Yes.
Counselor Cook?
Yes.
Counselor Tabor?
Yes.
Counselor Blaylock?
Yes.
Counselor Bagley?
Yes.
Counselor Moreau?
Yes.
Counselor Flynn?
Yes.
Counselor Hopkins?
Yes.
Mayor McEachern?
Yes. Thank you, Sally. Next is off of the public hearings of adoptions of resolutions and bonds. We are the first reading for annual omnibus ordinance amending Chapter 7 vehicles, traffic, and parking.
Your Honor, I move to pass first reading of the annual omnibus ordinance amending Chapter 7 Vehicles, Traffic, and Parking, Article 3, Traffic Ordinance, Section 7.326, Limited Parking - 15 minutes, Section 7.330A, No Parking, and Article 6, Loading Zones, Section 7.601, Limited Hour Loading Zones and Scheduled Public Hearing, and second reading at the August 17th, 2026 City Council meeting.
Second.
Any discussion? Any discussion on this? This is, again, Councilor Cook, is there?
I'm just trying to determine exactly where the changes are taking place.
Oh.
Because it's measured in feet, not in like, we're not given kind of a location that people would understand, say in front of Moe's Sandwich Shop. So tell me where exactly the Daniel Street change is located.
I can tell you.
In front of Moe's Sandwich Shop.
Exactly.
Your Honor, it's the northerly side, 2 spaces beginning 159 feet from the westerly curb line of Penhallow and continuing 38 feet in the westerly direction. So yes, to answer your question.
These were 15-minute parking spaces that were across the street 3 or 4 years ago, got moved in front of Moe's, and it just takes a long time to make things final in Portsmouth, and this is scheduling the final reading probably on these parking spaces for quite some time, I hope.
Your Honor, there will be a presentation at second reading.
Okay, so there's going to
Thank
be a
you.
presentation, and folks are going to know that the parking is
Already there.
already there, and this is the omnibus that, and just to the omnibus, again, I'm sure that there's somebody tuning into the council for the first time at 9:20 on August 3rd. Joshua is not there, so they're at home. And so the omnibus is when changes are made to parking and traffic safety. They go into effect upon accepting the action sheets in the minutes of the meeting in case they are issues that are of safety or life safety, et cetera. The omnibus is when we actually clean up all those action item minutes and make them into change the ordinance all at once instead of doing that individually. This is the first reading, there'll be the second reading, and then likely a third reading. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Now we have public hearing and second reading of ordinance amending Chapter 6, licenses and encumbrances, Article 1, encumbrance permits and licenses for the use of public property relative to Section 6.111 fees.
Your Honor, we don't have a presentation per se. There's notes in the city manager's comments, and Senior Assistant City Attorney Jane Farini is here to answer any questions.
Okay. Any questions for Jane before we have a public hearing? It might be, since Jane is here, helpful to explain what this is again for the public in case they do have a question.
Thank you, Mayor. This is basically a housekeeping measure for Chapter 6. As you all may remember, there was a lot of work amending the Chapter 6 in November to pull all the encumbrance references in many chapters in the ordinance to one. What was not included was the fee provision in the revision to Article 1, and the part of that was based on the discussion when this came forward that those fees would be looked at again. And in fact, they were. They were looked at by the Fee Study Committee, and the Fee Study Committee recommended with their last budget that those fees associated with encumbrances be changed. So the council voted to approve the changes to those fees. And so what this little amendment does, it just adds at the end of Article 1 in Chapter 6 that the fees are going to be adopted consistent with Chapter 1, the Administrative Code, Article 16, Adoption of Fees, section, it actually should be 1.1601, which is either through the budget resolution or this council can also adopt fees under the amendments to Chapter 1. So that's the purpose of this amendment.
Thank you, Jane.
You're welcome.
Perfect. Any additional or any questions before public hearing? Seeing none, we'll open the public hearing. Since Jane did such a good job, I see none, no one rise, and no one on Zoom. Closing the public hearing. Now would wait a motion.
I move to pass second reading and schedule a third and final reading on August 17, 2026 on the amendment to Chapter 6, licenses and encumbrances, Article 1, encumbrance permits and licenses for use of public property, Section 6.111, fees as presented.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Counselor Cook?
Your Honor, I move to suspend the rules and schedule third and final reading.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Your Honor, I move to pass third and final reading.
Second?
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Your Honor? If we, having done that, we now need to rescind the old policy? Isn't that correct?
We will do that at the next meeting. Is that correct, Jane? We will take that at the August 17th meeting.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're ready to do it in case, It's third, is at 17, but it seems no opposition there. All right, public hearing and second reading of ordinance amended to Chapter 12, City of Portsmouth Building Code, Section 1201 through 1209 by deleting and replacing the entire chapter.
Your Honor, we have Chief Building Inspector Shanti Wolf ready to present.
Good evening, Mayor, Assistant Mayor, Councilor, City Manager, City Staff. So I think the last time I was here for a building code amendment, we got rid of probably 30 or 40 pages, and now we're getting rid of a lot more pages than our entire code will fit on 2 sheets of paper. So this essentially has happened. Historically, we've maintained the local building code as an add-on to the state code to address what we figured were, specific local gaps that, in our opinion, the state code really didn't cover. But year after year, the Building Code Review Board is responsible for adopting our codes every 3 years, as well as our amendments to the codes. They've done a really good job incorporating feedback from all the different towns and cities around the state, from builders, developers, different organizations, and largely this evolution has eliminated the need for standalone local technical versions. We still have administrative changes that we can make. So essentially, this proposed Chapter 12 ordinance aligns the municipal regulations with the New Hampshire state law, which is a new law, while preserving our authority over administrative matters. This update ensures consistency for contractors and homeowners operating across municipal lines. So now if a builder goes from one town or city to another, he or she doesn't have to look up the codes and sit down with the building inspector's office and find out how they need to bid their jobs differently or what they're looking for. Consistent across the board. You have no opportunity to make any more local technical amendments. Can't be done. And that's specifically the next slide kind of shows the timeline of the progression of our state codes, and then more recently 2025 HB 244 administrative reorganization into 155A, which is kind of a big deal. So now all of our administrative for all the codes is under our state building code. And then our HB 1159 will update all of our model codes every 3 years. We're in a new cycle. We're now on the 24 as of July 1st. And then SB 437 updates the fire code. But back to the specific ordinance that we're on right now, just so that you know, we do have the ability to adopt alternative model codes, such as the Green Building Code, the Property Maintenance Code. We can adopt those codes in their entirety, or some revised version of those. They do have to be confirmed by the Building Code Review Board, but we still have that. We can do that. We just can't take the state building code that's consistent and go in and start changing things that we feel should be or need to be specific for our city or our municipality. If we feel that important, then we should go to the BCRB and we should explain our concerns, and then we would adopt those in the next code cycle. So that's really what's happened here. And any of our and also the administrative amendments, like I said, what is an administrative amendment? It means that if we want to align maybe our fence height with the zoning, we can do that. That's administrative. If we want to adjust our fees, that's administrative. We can do that as long as it's not any less restrictive than the state code. So essentially, that's what this is. Yeah. Any questions?
Thank you, Shanti. Councilor Cook.
Thank you for the presentation, and thank you for confirming that we can actually come back with green building codes. I understand that we need to get through this process and get this adopted so that we're in compliance with state code. After that happens, then at that stage, can we work on a green building incentive code? I know it's something that we'd already started the process for, and we already had a placeholder in the code, but we hadn't developed it, and I'm hoping that we can develop that in greater effort later.
Sure, whatever direction this council wants us to go. I mean, that's the route that we'll take. It was a placeholder, as you pointed out, so we really didn't have any mandatory green building codes other than, I think, for city projects, right? But But absolutely, yeah, that's there and that's an option, so, you know, whatever we want to do, I'm there to help. Yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
Any other, thanks, oh, Shanti.
And just one final is that even if you wanted to do a third and final tonight, we couldn't. So what has to happen, the process is that if tonight's reading is agreed upon and there will be no more changes, then this version goes to the Building Code Review Board for confirmation, and which is, I believe, within the next week and a half. So it's a pretty tight time frame here. And then they would confirm it, and then we could have our third reading after that, after they've confirmed it, making sure that they don't need to make any changes. So, yeah, so that's it.
Okay, that saves us a motion tonight. Thank you again, Shanti, for the work that you've done, not only in the department, but certainly on this. I imagine that it's not easy work to do, but I appreciate, especially as the state has changed the direction on this, you know, fully embracing and engaging that to the best of our abilities to make sure that, you know, the code is as good as it can get. You know, homeowners are protected, and builders have a predictable way to do business in the city. I think all of those things align to a better experience, and I appreciate, you know, again, the effort that your department makes to make sure that there's getting more to yes, especially as you know, a lot of times it's the first time somebody's doing a project, you know, versus, you know, maybe their 17th. So appreciate the effort that you're doing, and again, plugging the office hours that people can come in and ask you any question under the sun. That is, again, when is it, Tuesdays or Thursdays?
Actually every day they can.
Every day.
Use
Yeah.
walk-in
Okay,
hours.
every day is open for questions, so.
Yes, sir.
Till 10 a.m. So getting in there, well, they got to go out and, you know, look at stuff. But appreciate making yourself available to that, and, you know, just demystifying some of the process when people are going through this process. This is further doing that, and I'm sure you guys are going to continue to do that. But want to plug the fact that you've brought back office hours again.
Thank you, Mayor.
Your Honor, I move to pass second reading of the amendment to Chapter 12, City of Portsmouth Building Code, Sections.
We didn't have a public hearing.
Yeah, we got to have the public hearing,
My
I
bad,
guess,
guys.
but I totally forgot. All right, opening the public hearing.
Just thought I'd stop before you get to
Two
the
for,
end.
against on the updates to this building code, replacing it with the state building code. Seeing no one rise, no one on Zoom, closing the public hearing.
It's basically mind reader. Your Honor, I move to pass second reading of the amendment to Chapter 12, City of Portsmouth Building Code, Sections 1201 through 1209, and schedule third and final reading at the August 17th City Council meeting. Should we have the date on that, or we will have to have the state building code?
It's our understanding that the state will meet on August 12th, so this should be fine as written. Thank you.
Okay.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, public hearing regarding Chapter 1, Administrative Code. Article 16, Adoption of Fees, Section 1.601, Procedure.
Your Honor, this is there can be a verbal presentation. We have Parking Division Director Ben Fletcher here along with Jane Farini, but this is the mechanism whereby the on-street rates would move from $2 per hour to $3 per hour, and this would not take effect for residents.
Okay. Any further question? Councilor Moreau.
So when the fee committee met, they actually wanted the wrap on-street parking to equal all of the downtown parking. So I just want to make sure, because I think in our sample motion it says to keep the wrap at the $2, but that wasn't what we had voted at fee committee or was part of our fee. So I'm just, yeah.
You can strike that.
Can we fix that tonight?
Looking at staff.
I
There's some direction here. Can we fix the motion?
Yeah.
Thanks for letting us put you on the spot, Jane.
No problem. If the amount is different, then I will defer to the city attorney to see whether that is a substantial change that might need to renotice this hearing. But if it's a dollar amount, rate 1 versus rate 2, she can opine as to whether she thinks that that's a substantial change.
We did discuss this earlier, so we're in agreement that if you change the amount from the $3 for the first 3 hours as listed in the motion.
No, my issue is the $2 for the maintaining wrap, and it's not the $3. We wanted, when we had this discussion originally and sent it to the fee committee, it was to make sure that all our on-street parking was the same cost per hour. Because if we take the wrap program and we charge them less, everyone's gonna want to go to there. And that was our concern over having different prices, which is what started this conversation many months ago. So my concern is if we're going up on-street downtown, that should automatically then increase the on-street, because what we voted on at fee committee was that it would equal on-street for the first 3 hours. It wouldn't have the acceleration after that, but it would stay at whatever the initial rate was.
Well, I think regardless if you're going to change the amounts that are noticed and in the motion here, it's going to require a second reading.
I've got some guidance, but
I have 2 comments too. I'm sorry to interrupt. One is that I believe that was probably coming back as a staff recommendation. If I recall, Deputy City Manager Carl Weber mentioned that keeping the wrap at given $2, given some comments and feedback on that. And I think that probably is where that issue arose. So that may be something the council wants to consider. And the other thing is the reference is the fee section is, again, not 1.601, but 1.1601. But at any rate, this is a unique process because I think this is the first public hearing that the council has had to adopt a fee. And it is, so it is up to you guys to discuss. If you want to make the change to the amounts, then probably the best practice would be to do another public hearing, or if you think the motion should move forward as presented, then that would be your choice.
Your Honor, Jane is correct. Staff are looking to keep the current $2 per hour during the pilot of RAP. So the motion is worded correctly. And we would match the garage when the RAP is. That makes it hard to.
Yeah, I thought we were doing it for matching the garage.
No, that's not what the fee committee actually put it to match the on-street parking for the first 3 hours. That was what we voted on.
Oh, okay.
Your Honor.
Wouldn't we have just extended where like on-street parking is not on-street parking? I mean, just like the commercial area then, and not, but.
I can barely see your face because his hand keeps
Councilor
waving in front of me, so just call on him, please.
So, also as a member of the fee committee, the RAP was originally proposed at $1 an hour. I thought it made sense to go to $2 an hour because $1 an hour seemed like too low a price. In my opinion, I think matching the RAP to the garage makes sense, and the on-street should be a premium. So I might disagree with Councilor Moreau on that. And I agree with this fundamentally as presented. The real concern I have, and we should do it, in my opinion, because you want your on-street parking to be the highest price, because that's where you want the most turnover for the most economic vitality. The concern I have is we have heard so much about parking over the last 3 weeks. There is not a person aware of in the city that we're about to raise on-street parking by $1. Mm-hmm. And if we vote tonight to raise on-street parking by $1 and nobody in the community is aware of it, I think we need to get the word out and then have the vote, if that makes sense.
Sure.
I'm not fundamentally opposed to how it's written tonight. I'm just concerned that if we vote to go forward tonight, we haven't really given the community a chance to come yell at us.
Yell they will.
Okay. Anything on this side of the aisle? Councilor Tabor?
I think Councilor Bagley's got some common sense here. I mean, it's kind of a perfect storm. The implementation of the RAP program is happening at the same time we're raising the garage rates, and because we raised the garage rates and realized that we had to have the street parking rates in sync, those would go up too. So it's all happening at once.
if you change too many variables, you won't know which variable made the change. Just saying from a scientific point of view, you know. I mean, I'm obviously against the wrap, and you know, we've heard from the restaurant workers and stuff, and it's only been 30 days. But I worry that we're confusing the public where, yeah, we're doing too much on parking without enough information out there and everything. But that's just me.
Jane?
Process question. So would there be a motion to amend the amounts, and then that would move forward for a public hearing at the next meeting? Because the motion as presented has the $2 wrap.
I have a suspicion we might have some public hearing speakers tonight. We may not, but I don't know if we want to get too far down the road making changes unless we hear.
Yeah, I was wondering. Okay, why don't we listen? We'll open the public.
Who wants to open it?
Right, can you open it and continue it?
Yep.
Yeah, we could continue it. Yeah. Why don't we open the public hearing and we'll
I haven't heard it.
come back to it. Opening the public hearing on the number I, public hearing regarding Chapter 1 Administrative Code, Article 16, Adoption of Fees, Section 1.601.
Good evening, Tyler Garza, 62 McKinley. I'm not quite sure what we're working with at this point, but I just wanted to say that I'd normally support these fee increases. We're below Hampton at $3 an hour and York at $4 an hour. So rate itself is not really my concern. It needs to be higher. However, on May 4th, Colin Scholler, who happened to show up, we didn't plan this, he stood here and said that raising parking fees without offering an alternative is unfair and a wasted opportunity, and that any increase should go to funding alternatives, ideally coast. Councilors Moreau, Blaylock, and Hopkins all spoke in agreement. At the May 13th work session, our DPW director explained what is actually being done. We're building up the parking fund balance to, quote, reduce the bonding required, end quote, to build the third garage. In his words, increased parking fund balance would give more flexibility when it comes to microtransit discounts and periods of free. So alternatives aren't the priority. They're what we might get after we've financed more parking with these increased fees. At that same session on May 13th, the mayor and councilors Moreau and Tabor were already pressing on why parking's transfer to the general fund has stayed flat for years while revenue keeps growing. If we're raising fees on drivers, however we end up doing it, shouldn't that revenue go first to getting people out of cars before it goes to financing the next garage? Thank you.
Thank you, Tyler.
Hi, yeah, I'm Colin Scholler from 30 Chauncey Street. Yeah, I mean, I'm glad that Tyler reiterated what I was saying, but I'm here to say the same thing. I support raising our street parking fees. It's exactly in line with our objectives of going from the garage being the longest term, then down to the street, and it's proven to work and it's successful. So I think raising them to keep that system that we've tested and proven makes sense. However, yes, to simply absorb those extra funds from this rate increase into our general fund, I do believe is unfair to everyone who's a part of this city. This council's heard many times the virtues of providing alternative transits. I think I had a pretty good speech last time, but I don't think that I need to do that again tonight. So yeah, long story short, I think that this additional revenue that we're increasing, or that we're going to be increasing from street parking, should go towards funding this very convenient, this accessible, and this functional asset that we're very lucky to have, which is our buses. It's Coast. Thank you.
Hey, Colin. We'll put a thought out there. Councilor Bagley, you might be thinking the same thing, but would like to see if there's an opportunity to try to make a through line here in terms of some of the feedback that the RAP and the downtown worker parker program specifically has received in the last week or so. And so if there is an opportunity, and we put it to the council to figure opportunity to either move to PTS, the idea of some shuttle loops or a way to use these funds to get some of the cars out of the downtown with an increased rate, I think it would go a lot. It would be a more effective way to use the increase at this moment, especially given the fact that, you know, we'd had a lot of conversations on the RAP. People are busy, not focused on this, are now paying attention. There's now an opportunity to do something that could be seen more as a benefit to the downtown workers and to also lessen the intensity of the cars in the downtown. So I'd welcome a motion that took, I guess, the spirit to move something towards PTS with a report back. And I'll go with Councilor Hopkins.
I just wanted a quick clarification before we move on to that. With the $2 and $3, the RAP, who, you know, if the fee committee is recommending to increase to $3, but staff is saying, no, we should keep it at $2, who is, like, isn't fee committee setting rates, or how does that work? I guess just a procedural question of you know, if we do change a number, why are we changing it? Is it based on, because I agree with the fee committee that if we have a lower rate in a certain zone, people will find that out and park there. And that is, you know, counter to the spirit of resident access parking program. So I just would like some clarification there on who's making the fee calls here. And then I think we absolutely should, I'd be happy to support in the next motion coming.
Councilor Bagley, then Councilor Cook.
Two things. One, I think when I first joined the council, we gave about $500,000 a year to Coast. So I think we're going to either break $1 million this year or already have broken $1 million. So we are a big supporter of Coast. We could always be a bigger supporter, but, you know, and that all is funded with parking revenue. So not that we can't do more, but all of our public transport supporting funds come from parking revenue. Having been on PTS and lived through some neighborhood pilot parking programs, I almost feel that we should have a council work session. And I say that for two reasons. One, whatever we decide is not going to be popular. So I feel like we as a council should decide it. And two, the visibility of having a council work session on parking, and if we raise fees, is it legal? Can we put some towards housing? Can we put some towards expanding the worker parker program? And I know that there's been some good ideas floated. I think we need to have visibility, and we need to have participation by the community. And I think that needs to happen in council chambers with the council, not at BTS at 8:30 in the morning.
That's fair. So a motion to schedule a work session for the August 17th before that council meeting?
So moved.
Second.
Councilor Cook?
Thank you, Your Honor. We had a fairly robust discussion as a council when we were talking about microtransit, which was in the CIP budget this year. And while it's labeled microtransit, what that CIP item really is a shuttle loop examination, which was included in past in our CIP budget. I think it's absolutely logical to say this is an opportunity to use existing incoming revenue or increases in incoming revenue to fund that rather than having to fund it out of other parking revenues. So we're not looking for other parking revenues to help fund that item. And we tied that item, unfortunately, against my wishes, to new garage funding or looking for new garage funding. But I think the realities have changed a little bit between then and now, and I think that's why it is important to have a work session to discuss this a little bit further, because with the institution of the RAP program, we are hearing more concerns from residents, and I think that moving forward more quickly with a shuttle loop program would be very important at this stage, and thinking about that a little bit quicker than we need to be thinking about a new garage. I would absolutely support having a work session, but I want a work session where we have some kind of idea of what outcome we could have coming out of that, even though the council doesn't vote during work sessions, so that we can take action fairly quickly on reserving revenues for our shuttle loop.
Council Tabor, Assistant Mayor.
I'm in violent agreement with Councilor Cook on that. I was speaking with Bill Lyons, who's head of our Sustainability Committee, and as you know, is a transportation expert that consults all over the world. And he's been very much in favor of a shuttle loop, and he was saying, why do another study? Why not just start a pilot?
Let's do it.
Do a test proof of concept, and if we could use some of the estimated $2 million that's supposed to come in from these new rates to fund that pilot, and perhaps even bring in some of the the hotels as partners in it. That really was the germ of the idea when we set a strategic goal of being a multimodal transportation city. So I would love to see the work session push on that idea of a pilot, a shuttle loop pilot. And I also think the work session needs to have some input from finance. We were told in some of our work sessions that we're drawing down parking fund balance right now. We're spending more than we're taking in. And I don't understand that. I'd like to understand that more. And lastly, there were other projects in the Desmond study, for example. If we're getting additional parking revenue, why not look at that electronic sign that shows how many spaces are available in each of the garages and street parking, so that we could manage our downtown inventory even better. So I think there's a lot to open up and explore, as well as, the concern that we're moving very quickly on a lot of parking initiatives.
Thank you, Councilor Tabor. Assistant Mayor.
Thank you, Your Honor. I agree with the previous two councilors. I think it's also important that we include our biggest transportation partner, which is Coast, in on this discussion. I know that they've internally looked at smaller, more independent routes, looked at rider usage, because, it is one thing for the city to put in all this energy on, and I agree that we don't need a study. I think we figure out the funding mechanism for a pilot program, and we shoot for it. But they have actual data of smaller shuttles, of smaller routes, of ridership, of where, we're seeing the need. Because I think it's important to remember the last time we did some type of microloop shuttle, we had parking. We were over near the Connect Church, and we were shuttling people from spots. So when we're talking about a micro transit loop, we have to figure out where people are needed, especially if we are trying to do it so that we are not incentivizing more cars on the road. So that means, is there a demand over in my neighborhood, over on Route 1? Is there demand over in Maple Haven? Is there demand in the Meadows? Where is the demand? And also, we have to make sure we're not undercutting Coast. So that is a concern of mine, and why I think that any type of long-term shuttle program needs to be in partnership with them. Because one of the things we want to make sure that we're not doing is like robbing Peter to pay Paul. We want to make sure if we're doing some type of subsidized or affordable shuttle, micro shuttle loop, that we're not then taking ridership from Coast, as we know that they are considerably losing funding. They're losing federal funding, state funding. They're cutting, as we just talked about. We've increased our funding, almost 100% in the last decade. So making sure that we bring them as a partner into any type of shuttle service to me, has to be a priority, because we want to make sure that we are also not negatively impacting the largest regional affordable transportation partnership that we have throughout this area. So I think for me, just making sure that they are in at this work session, and when staff is looking at options and ideas, we are also making sure that we're looking at a partnership with them.
Thank you, Assistant Mayor. Councilor Hopkins.
In the microtransit, discussions, we always mention pulling in the hotels and stuff. Who does that? Who's going to sit down and welcome them? Like, how are we going to actually talk to them about that?
Yeah. I think we also have to be very realistic when we say pull in the hotels. They charge for parking. It is a huge revenue stream for them internally for a lot of these hotels. So, I think a lot of times too, when we talk about we have to pull in the businesses, we have to pull in things, where are we saying, what threshold are we saying? Are we saying we have to pull in the larger employers downtown? Are we saying that you're going to tell every small business that has 8 employees, hey, you're a business, so you have to contribute X amount of dollars? But I agree with you that we need to bring people to the table, and I think the chamber is a good liaison with them, because I think they have a lot of, and I think we should have the chamber involved in this, but they have a lot of connections. But I think we also have to be realistic that a hotel like the AC charges $45 a night.
Well, yeah, and it's we keep mentioning them as a resource, but if 0 of them are interested, then we need to actually know that. So who has the task of having these real discussions today so that we can have that hypothetical confirmed or not and move forward with current data, information, not just postulating that the hotels would think it's a good idea. So that's my question. Who is tasked with this discussion?
So I think that would come out of the work session.
need
I guess trying to be a good question out of it, and we're getting into the sausage side of this in terms of that. But I think that we have an opportunity. There's more people paying attention to parking over the last week than were previously paying attention over the last 3 months. That's a positive thing, and I want to look at it as a positive thing that people are focused on this. Some are very upset. Some are indifferent. A few are happy about more easily accessing their neighborhood, maybe more than a few. But what I think is maybe missing from the initial is every idea is great until it gets auctionated, or as Mike Tyson would say, you get punched in the face. And so being able to get the feedback that we've gotten for this, and then come back, and then after we've gotten the feedback and have a plan of a pilot to talk about raising rates to fund that pilot and give a benefit. And I love Coast, and I appreciate the effort that we need to maintain in terms of long-term at Coast, but from a worker standpoint, we might not be able to get that, it might have to be closer to Portsmouth and a higher frequency, because Coast at the current frequency is not a commuting bus line for many people that we have right now. But if we can find a place in Portsmouth, as we used to have at the church, and have a shuttle to that place, that's one place that we can then get, Coast to, and then, shuttles in from there. And I would like to be able to use the work session to discuss what we could do for the additional revenue that we would gain by charging non-residents to use to fund a larger workforce parking program that would involve a shuttle loop to an offsite that could reduce the number of cars, which is the whole program behind RAP, and potentially increase their satisfaction with what we're doing. Councilor Bagley.
Thank you, Aaron. Maybe Director Rice has some comments, but we did. We took a pretty deep dive into the hotel shuttle thing. I think it went to the EDC. We did have some initial conversations. We also took a deep dive with a company called Via, who does ride sharing and microtransit. We took a deep dive into shuttles. I can't remember the numbers off the top of my head. If we have $2 million to work with, some of these things all of a sudden become possible that weren't possible. We kind of abandoned a couple of years ago. But I think it's important that we don't message, at least in my opinion, this is a work session of should we increase parking so we can have a shuttle? Because a shuttle may not be something that we end up. I think we should go into the work session with there are good reasons for us to increase parking prices on the street. that have to do with turnover, the vitality of the downtown. Everybody hates it when you increase parking, but this is the tool that we should use to keep the vitality of our downtown and for people being able to shop in stores. And we should go into this with open eyes and listen to the community, because there's some really smart people out there like Bill who know stuff that, you know, those of us up here probably won't come up with. And we listen to all the ideas, and then we go back and we say, okay, out of all the ideas, these 2 or 3 rows to the top, and we kind of flesh them out a little bit, and then we go forward with them. But I don't want to go into it thinking, okay, we're going to do this so we can do that. I think we should say the strong likelihood is we're going to have to increase on-street parking, because that's where we're at. But what we want to do is we want to involve the community in the decision. And with those increased funds, or half of those increased funds, what is something tangible that residents and downtown workers and people that can't afford to live in Portsmouth come away feeling like, at least I got something out of this? I mean, nobody's going to like that we raised the price of parking. But, you know, if you've got shuttles now that work for a component of the downtown workforce, I think that's a win. If we can put some money into an affordable housing trust, and we can get some people some housing, I think that's a win. If we raise a bunch of money, it disappears into the general fund. I don't think anybody comes away feeling like that was a win.
Any other, Councilor Hopkins?
I just wanted to point out that as I've been having these discussions about parking and workforce parking and the RAP and such, we're one of just 3 communities in New Hampshire who have any dedicated focus on reducing the expense of workforce parking. It's Hanover, Durham, and Portsmouth. So I think we are creating something new and meaningful, and I'm looking forward to engaging more with the public to really build something that works for everyone. But I did just want to point out, as a kudos to this city, we're one of 3 in New Hampshire who are even doing this at all.
Agreed. Councilor Cook?
Thank you, Your Honor. I am just curious if the existing motion that we have in front of us should be amended tonight to reflect the changes, some of the changes that have been discussed, and if so, I know that we would need a continuance to our next meeting, which I think would be logical, given that we're discussing having a work session at that point. But I would suggest, based upon Councilor Moreau's comments earlier and Councilor Hopkins' comments, that rather than changing that $2 to $3, that we just drop the last phrase after the word rate.
We do have to change the section to 1.1601,
Yes.
right? Correct.
Exactly.
Anyway.
And change the section to 1.1601.
Changing,
They're making the correction.
yep.
I guess that would be my motion. Move to drop the last phrase.
Oh, okay.
So just to clarify, it would be a continuance and that
And that-
change of language.
Yes, that change of language, and no change to resident parking rates, period,
Okay.
and drop the last phrase.
Councilor Blaylock?
Thank you, Your
Think it is-
Honor. I just want to remind or is it the motion? You make a motion?
Yeah, that
Okay,
was-
I'll second it. I'm seconding it just for discussion purposes. I just want to remind everyone, we did have a restaurant owner here tonight with 2,000 signatures on a petition saying that the restaurant workers, the downtown workers, feel like they've had the last straw on the camel's back. So we're adding another straw to their back. You know, we're upping the fees. Yeah, so I'll be voting against this. I just think we're making way too many changes. We're not considering the people that work downtown at all, or the small businesses.
Thank you, Councilor Blaylock.
I would point out the original motion was to raise parking from $2 an hour to $3 an hour, and we're changing it to have a work session.
That was
my understanding.
That was not the motion just made.
The original
So we
motion we
have a
started
motion
on.
to have a work session,
Yeah, I
and
don't
this is to
think we ever
change the
got that
language in
motion.
Okay.
anticipation
Seconded
of
it.
that work session. Is that, because we'd have to renotice this? Is that-
Okay, I'd support a work session, but I'm just, yeah, we keep attacking the same person that just says they felt attacked, you know what I mean? So I just want us to all be aware of that.
Well, I think just
We're
in
getting
terms of, I think it's worthy to have more of a conversation of this. I do want to, if somebody's. if there is-
Will there be public comment at the?
Yeah.
Okay.
But there's also, I think, the idea of the pushback in terms of RAP and closing down free parking, I don't know of, is this related to the on-street as much? I think it'll be conflated, and there's the risk of conflating these, that we're increasing parking rates, but this is separate from the RAP.
I know. Oh, yeah. I'm talking about, if you go work downtown and you live in Greenland, you know what I mean? We're making it even harder, right? We're making it more expensive for you.
If you're parking on the on-street.
Yeah.
free.
I'm just, you're making your options more expensive. You know what I mean? Sometimes you don't have all the choice when you're trying to get to work on time.
Yep. Councilor Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. The reason I'm making this motion is that making this change is a substantial one, and it pushes second reading off to August 17th after our work session where we can take input from the public. And then if we decide at that stage we need additional changes, we can do so. I just think it's important to tee this up so that it is still at second reading, but we can take input at the work session, then we can take additional input at the continued public hearing on that night, and then we can make any additional changes as necessary. And this change just reflects what came back to us from Fee Study Committee.
I think I'm a little bit lost on, are we, on the amendment, I agree with Councilor Cook on just taking the $2 wrap out of this because I think they are being conflated. But I guess I'm just not sure.
So that would be a substantial change if we
Okay.
change that, necessitating a second reading. That second reading would happen after the work session that we will have the Monday, or the 17th meeting.
Okay.
So
We haven't voted on that yet.
we haven't voted on any of that yet. We have two motions. The second motion on the table was to change the language. We can change the language on that to remove RAP from this.
And just, as a downtown worker, a lot of time when you go in for the afternoon shift or the PM shift, the dinner shift, the foundry garage is already full. So you don't have a choice. You know what I mean? Both garages are full. Now you have to go to on-street. Now we've removed you have to go up by Leary. But I just want everyone to know that.
Yeah.
I don't think everyone here is aware of the challenges trying to get downtown to work, but.
Certainly more aware now.
Thank you.
Councilor Tabor.
Just practically speaking, I think we also had a non-public on the 17th for the city manager's evaluation discussion. So that would mean we'd have to have a 5 p.m. non-public and a 6 p.m.
Okay.
Your Honor, if I can just clarify, this is not through the readings. This is just adoption of fees, so it's a public hearing, but it is not second reading.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So we are not bound by that.
So we can continue the public hearing if we wish to change it.
Correct.
Okay. Councilor Bagley.
Your Honor, and that's why I started this, because the way the motion was tonight, if it had passed tomorrow morning, parking on the street would have cost $3.
Correct.
And there has not been enough community discussion about that.
Yeah.
I don't think there's been any. So that's why I was like, we need to delay and have a work session.
So work session on the increase. We will have a conversation about all things parking, I'm sure. And the enjoyment you had at PTS will be brought back to you at a nighttime, and with potentially some more participants.
We want to see if Director Rice has.
Oh yeah, Peter showed up. Peter, anything to add?
Good evening, Peter Rice, Director of Public Works. As part of your CIP last year, you approved $50,000 to evaluate microtransit options, and I just wanted to inform you that that is moving forward, that it's not, not stalled. We're just, last month it was approved, so now we're in the process of negotiating a scope of services to move forward. So, we understand the desire just to try it and see how it works. We did have a pilot that we did down at the church lot, and we learned a lot from that effort. So I think the question about how we get the different partners together is part of that evaluation. So I applaud you for wanting to sit down and have a work session for the rates and things like that. It's awesome. It's a really important topic, and it's important for everyone to understand, residents, working, folks who work downtown, visitors, that we understand the challenges associated with parking, and that, we recently completed a master plan associated with parking utilization, and it identified a number of areas of challenge. And the ability to provide both additional capacity and alternatives for folks are both equal, and that, we need to continue to work on these things. And that, I just wanted to say that's moving forward, so that it helped inform the decisions for a work session.
Thanks, Peter. Any other comments? So we have a motion first to amend,
I think the motion first is for the work session.
For the work session.
well, we have we had that motion, but then there was another motion made.
To amend this motion that
to
hasn't been
amend
made.
this motion. So is that incorporated into one motion? Because we've got to take up the second motion
I think
that
we
was
should
made.
do two separate motions.
What's that?
Two separate motions.
Right, so we have to take up the last motion that was
The amendment.
the amendment
amendment.
first. And that amendment is to remove the wrap language from this. And what was the other part of it?
Correct the
Oh, and correct it.
citation
Yeah,
to
okay.
1.1601.
Okay, so that's to remove the wrap and to have, as a part of this, yes, to remove the wrap and to correct language.
Remove the rap language. Don't get people's.
Yeah, so remove the wrap language as a part of this and to update or to fix the error in the section. Okay, so that's the motion on the floor right now. All in favor?
Aye.
Yep.
Question?
Yep.
Can someone please just read what the motion is when you remove the wrap,
Counselor
please?
Cook.
Yep.
I moved to remove,
Are you gonna still set the parking fees, the first part of that motion?
yes,
Can you
yes,
read the whole,
I
could you read the whole
moved to
thing?
remove the last phrase of the existing motion, so that it reads, move to set the parking fees for on-street and lot parking for fiscal year 2027, $3 per hour for the first 3 hours and $6 per hour thereafter pursuant to Chapter 1 Administrative Code, Article 16, Adoption of Fees, Section 1.1601, Procedure, and no change to resident parking rates, period.
Okay.
Who seconded that?
I did.
Thank
Any
you.
other discussion on that? That will be taken up at the August 17th because it has to be renoticed for the public hearing.
We never closed the public hearing,
Oh,
so I
so
think we
let's
can
then-
change this motion and then continue the public hearing with the existing amended motion. That's
Okay.
what I understand.
Great.
we can do.
We will do that then. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
And now I think we need to vote on the work session.
Yes. And the work session is to, on,
I could restate it if you want.
Please.
Can I just add that since you're not in the ordinance framework, you could give yourself a little more time if you needed to. You could push out, your work session or
yeah,
your
okay.
conversation on this
So I think
motion.
I think happy to have it. I would say the case that I would make to have the work session at August 17th is that the amount of people that are focused on this right now, can be viewed as negative. View it in the opposite way. We have people that are passionate about parking. There are people that are thinking about parking more than they've thought about it in the last, certainly when we're going through the readings, and would like to make sure that we at least get as much information out to the public when they are ready to hear it versus, at another time when they've kind of moved past. Councilor Moreau.
The also issue of why we don't want to delay this much farther is the fact that we have already raised the rates in the garage, and now on-street parking is less expensive. So we don't want to delay that hugely, because that will become then an imbalance, and I think our parking director would tell us that's not what we want to do. We have to keep things so that we encourage people into the garage and not on street.
Agreed. I mean, the garage doesn't escalate though, but yes.
It does. July 1st, it already did.
No,
It doesn't
means
have
after
to-
3 hours.
Oh, after
doesn't
3 hours,
escalate,
it doesn't.
so
But
it's-
still, even after
yeah,
3 hours,
okay.
it becomes less.
Still, okay. Councilor or Assistant Mayor.
Your Honor, I just, while I support the work session, I have a concern of time that evening, in the sense of where we are inviting vigorously the public to come to this work session to discuss this, to make sure they're informed about this. I just worry, and I guess just think we should be mindful that an hour is not a lot of time when there's feedback given and then open conversation. So I guess just being mindful of the, we may see a longer work session in a later council start time, because we
Yeah.
want to make sure that we.
Certainly, and understand, like, again, I would say, like, the alternative is to wait, but I think that getting this, for the reasons Councilor Moreau stated, but also just the reasons in the, to get as much information to folks as possible ahead of this would be the reason to hold it faster and sooner rather than later on this. Councilor Hopkins?
I have a question about the work session is going to be on RAP and fees and the micro transit, or what?
Just parking on street.
Just parking on street.
Changing the parking
fees.
on street rate.
Okay.
And if we raise additional funds, what are good things the city should do with them?
Okay.
Roughly speaking.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that's
No, that, because we've
Yep.
talked about a lot of things.
Yeah.
Just narrowing the focus.
Yeah.
on-
Well, I think we're going to get whatever the public brings. So I think we're going to get whatever comments or questions that the public has. It might be about RAP. It might be about, I think, we've opened up this parking Pandora's box, and I think they're coming.
Oh, I know they are.
Yeah.
And just while I don't know, I had a question back to Director Rice about the microtransit. Is that only designed to look at motorized, like shuttle routes or other vehicular traffic? And what could be looked at in a more sustainable, could we look at, all of our shuttles are electric vehicles, or can we put some bike banks somewhere? The things that, move towards the climate action plan that we have set as we're looking at this microtransit. So just as part of whatever, if there's a report or any data or information that you're bringing forward, I'm curious about what other, types of transit would be included other than just a diesel or a gas run shuttle.
We can make sure the consultant includes that in the evaluation.
Thank you. Sorry to hijack the motion yet again, but.
So I think the work session still is the same, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just the discussion of increasing parking rates, and then potential things that could be spent on. And we will definitely hear about the RAP, and we will hear about the Worker Parker program, and we will hear about microtransit. But I think the idea that, without having further discussion, so I guess Councilor Bagley raises a point that I think is similar to, what Councilor Blaylock is raising, and many of us up here, that there's been a significant amount of change, at least appreciated or felt by many in the downtown specifically. The rest of Portsmouth, not as much, but the downtown specifically. If we had changed parking rates this evening without further engagement of the public, I think we would have not had the best potential outcome of what that could go towards. And so, being able to have delay this and have a work session where we're here and invite the public, regardless, it's hard to get the public involved. Public is very engaged now. We will have engagement as a part of this, and hear potentially ideas that, make, whatever we come to, a better solution, and at the very least, a more informed solution. All right, motion on the table, work session, 6 o'clock, 17th. All in favor?
Oh, Mayor, I'm sorry, can I just say one thing?
Oh, yeah.
I agree with everything everyone said. I think and what you said particularly, that this is an opportunity because people are upset, so I'm glad we're moving forward with the work session.
We haven't voted on it yet.
Oh.
What's that?
We haven't voted on it yet.
It's not
All
the
right.
fait accompli I thought it was, right?
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay.
Now we need a motion to continue.
Oh, yeah, we'll take a.
No, to continue
Oh,
this.
yeah, I'd wait a
public
motion to
hearing.
continue the public hearing on,
On the motion as amended.
motion is amended.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we'll
Break.
take a 5-minute recess. I will first await a motion to go past 10:30.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed?
All right.
Already 10:30.
It's almost. City manager's doing her bit to keep this shorter.
Yes, thank you.
No items under her name. The consent agenda.
Your Honor, I move to adopt the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Already
We've had the Coakley presentation. PPM TV fund request.
Move to authorize the city manager to exercise authority under paragraph 3 of the Cable Television Public Access Charitable Trust. Direct the trustees of the trust funds to release the remaining funds to Portsmouth Public Media Television, Inc. for purposes consistent with the trust.
Second.
I just wanted to make sure, so these are, I guess I'm just a little confused on, because we've had, a year ago when there was this whole PPM TV of looking to get more funding. Is this the amount that is the normal amount that the city collects and distributes, or is this an additional funds that PPM TV are looking for from this trust?
What they're trying to do is, if I may, Your Honor, what they're trying to do is understand what remains in the trust.
Okay.
And by way of background, and in the packet, through a council policy adopted back in 2009, the city has historically recorded the first $360,000 that comes to the city by virtue of the franchise agreement with Comcast, Xfinity, and Comcast. And the practice has been to provide to PPM TV what remains. And we had been messaging that we understood that cable subscriptions were decreasing at a rapid rate, that we did not anticipate being able to meet any obligations beyond the 360. And what remains, fast forward, what remains to date in the trust is the small amount of $8,638.87. So if the council were to take up this motion and support the motion, it would be to release that amount of funds to PPM TV. And Regulatory Counsel Suzanne Woodland is on Zoom if anyone has any more specific questions, but I know she's briefed the Cable and Internet Broadband Commission.
Thank you.
Councilor Bagley.
Thanks, Your Honor. I guess I have a couple of questions. One, is it theoretically possible to use the money in any other way than releasing it to PPM TV?
Not that we're aware of, not that we would use.
It's binded to them regardless.
It is in, Suzanne might be able to speak to the language in the trust, which is in the packet, so I can certainly pull that out.
It looks like the trust was established specifically to support the development of a public access channel. And if that's the case, then you wouldn't be able to use it for any other purpose.
Suzanne has her hand up on Zoom.
So the Access Corporation that is mentioned in the trust instrument is effectively PPM TV. Okay. So right now there is no other alternative once money is in the trust to dispose it in any other way other than to release it to PPM TV, which is trying to satisfy some existing obligations and to take reasonable steps to consider how to either further wind down or to find another path forward without the kind of public support that they have gotten in the past through the excess fees.
So I guess my follow-up is, I feel like we talked about this last year or 2 years ago, and I kind of thought we had said we're done funding PPM TV, that, the time for the city to fund something like this is past. And my concern is, it's $8,000, which is enough for at least a mailer and a half, which I think would be to better use. Is there going to be continuing to be potentially money going to this trust if there continues to be enough cable subscribers?
Well, let me speak to that. I think we have budgeted, and Nathan can correct me, a lower amount of $340,000 in a more conservative attempt to recognize what is actually going on with what is being paid into Comcast. So it is likely that no additional funds will come into this trust. There was a discussion, and Suzanne had talked about whether to close the trust now, but I think the idea is to see if in fact there are any more monies that come in. over the coming year.
Okay.
If we close the trust now, wouldn't the monies just be retained by the city?
But still only be able to use.
Suzanne, do you want to speak to that?
State charitable trust.
Sure. If we were to close the trust now, you're effectively changing the policy that you adopted as part of the budget, because the budget still, as I recall, had the little line in it that said, the first 360 goes into the general fund and any amounts over that. Now, technically, it's, within your ability as the city council to decide to end that policy now and take steps to, finish and wind down the trust with this last distribution, and that's certainly within your purview.
I guess the problem I have with this is, like I said, we can't afford $5,000 for a mailer, but we're giving $8,600 to a public television network that is not that widespread among our citizens anymore because of the way technology has evolved and people don't watch public TV quite like they used to.
It seems like we're winding down our last obligation and changing the policy going forward so that there's.
I thought we did that 2 years ago, though, but it sounds like we didn't.
No, if I remember correctly, 2 years ago, they came asking for additional funds.
Correct.
To keep.
They wanted more taxpayer money.
They wanted more of the $360,000.
We said no.
And we said no. That's what was happening 2 years ago when they moved from the mall to the high school, and they were asking for a bigger chunk of the 360, the cable franchise.
Nathan's
fee.
making moves.
Good evening, councilors. I would suggest it was not that long ago. This is the cycle that follows the decision or the non-decision that the council made not to reverse or amend your 2009 policy. We anticipated that there might be less than 360 in the year just finished, FY26. There was, in fact, 367,000 and some change, and there was maybe some accumulated interest of 100 or 2 in the trust remaining. So now that balance is what we're acting on. We certainly do not expect that there will be anything close to 360,000 received this cycle. But when we discussed it, we debated the merits and thought that the council might be happier if they waited to see a whole cycle go by and only 320 or 330 or 340 be received in order to feel justified publicly before you, I wish I hadn't said that all out loud, but so you could feel comfortable that you were ending the trust and finishing all of that without having left on the table some opportunity that somehow the cable franchise fee might reverse itself.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed.
Next up, letter from Attorney Colby T. Gamester regarding 0 Elm Street.
Your Honor, I move to refer the letter from Attorney Gamester regarding 0 Elm Street to the legal department and to the planning board for a report back.
Second.
Any discussion?
I'll just say it was interesting to see these old housing plans or these old
Oh, yeah.
lots all, underneath
lots.
95, but, yeah.
Yeah, the time before the highway. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Email correspondence.
Move to accept and place on file, Your Honor.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Next, we're on to the council. Appointments to be considered. The appointment of Wendy Lip to the Sustainability Committee, and then appointments to be voted. The reappointment of Stephen Buzzell to the Cemetery Committee.
Your Honor, I move to appoint Stephen Buzzell to the Cemetery Committee.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Thank you, Stephen, for your continued interest in serving our city and on the Cemetery Committee. And then the resignation of Paul Mantle to the Zoning Board of Adjustment effective July 1st of 2026.
Move to accept with regret the resignation of Paul Manley from the Zoning Board of Adjustment and send a letter of thanks to Paul for his service to the city.
Second.
Any discussion? We'll say that Paul was he remains to be. He's moving out of town. An interesting guy, always good for conversation. Ran for council and was one that not everybody changes their mind, but he changed his mind on single-family zoning. At one point, I don't know if he wants me saying this story, but I was always impressed that he looked at the data, and I enjoyed the conversations. And good luck, Paul, on your next adventure. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We have the resignation of Heather Kranz of the Public Art Review Committee, effective August 15th of 2026.
Your Honor, I move to accept with regret the resignation of Heather Kranz from the Public Art Review Committee and send a letter thanking Heather for her service to the city.
Second?
Thank you, Your Honor. And Heather has done a wonderful job on the Public Art Review Committee, even assisting with our beautiful exhibit that we have here at City Hall. So she is somebody who's definitely going to be missed.
Indeed. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? And I'm going to punch this one to the next one just to keep us moving tonight, but in anticipation, this would be an effort to bring a working group together of citizens focused on technology with a report and due back by January 15th in terms of things that we could be doing more efficiently through technology, both things that citizens may or may not see, and then finding some of the most repeatable tasks that we have, knowing that we continue to grow as a city, continue to have a need more services, but the pressure on our employees to provide those services continues to grow, and giving the tools they need to be able to meet that demand without growing headcount. But we'll have a memo in the packet for next week, and can discuss it in more detail. But look to tie it to the budget. City Council members, Assistant Mayor Kelly and Councilor Tabor.
Councilor Tabor, do you want to take it off?
Sure.
We've got a couple slides, too.
Oh, slides.
Yes, we were going to have a
The best 1040 slides ever, you know?
I think there's only 4. Peter Britz is going to give us a short presentation.
This will be a lot shorter than the last one, I promise. Okay, so the Housing Action Plan, you've had it in your packet. You had a notice last meeting. And really, we're here just to quickly go over what's happened to date. The next slide talks about the housing actions to date. It builds on years of research, public engagement, policy development, and implementation efforts, such as the final report of the Housing Committee in 2016, Housing Development Trends in 2020, Portsmouth Market Study in 2022, Housing Navigator Program, Inclusionary Zoning Analysis in 2024, Places to Live Dialogue in 24, the Blue Ribbon Housing Committee, and the Below Market Rate Housing Trust Fund. So those actions have what's taken place so far, and I'd be remiss not to talk about the work of the Portsmouth Advocates in supporting all this and moving things forward with the Housing Committee's action plan. And why this plan? So it meets the City Council's goals: increase housing supply, reduce housing costs, simplify the development process, and expand below market rate housing. The only thing I'd say is the plan is before you. Hopefully the public supports it as well at the 2 public hearings planned, and the Housing Committee is going to start already on some of the actions in the plan, like the 79E Housing Opportunity Zone will be taken up at their next meeting. There's a lot of work to do on the zoning when the master plan is done to rewrite zoning, and looking at in lieu of fees for workforce housing, and looking at zoning changes that would be specific to multifamily zoning. So I don't know if you want any more, but that's basically the overview, and you have everything else as a very brief cover to the plan, and then the actions are really the heart of the plan.
Right.
So the next step is to refer that housing action plan to the planning board, so they can have a crack at it, give their input and feedback, and then a public meeting on September 23rd, and another one on September 28th, and then hopefully City Council adoption comes next, and it will implement the plan, which we'll probably begin implementing ahead of time, but I think a lot of the actions are already supported.
Before we make that motion, are there questions that the councilors have on the action plan that we gave you?
Councilor Cook.
I just wanted to say thank you so much to the committee for all the work that you've done in collaboration with the Planning and Sustainability Department, and with all the advocates in the city that have been assisting with this process. I'm thrilled to see that we have a housing action plan now moving forward to the planning board.
Okay, Your Honor, I move to refer to the August 20th, 2026 Planning Board meeting for review and comment and schedule public information and input sessions on September 23rd, 2026 in the Levinson Room at the Portsmouth Public Library and on September 28th, 2026 as part of the regular City Council meeting.
Second?
Any further discussion? Well, be interested to hear what the planning board says, and, where it fits in terms of the master plan. I feel like there's a good opportunity, like a lot of the ideas that are in there, and I appreciate the effort that went into this. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thanks, Peter.
Next. Counselor Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. The first thing I would like to do is suspend the rules and bring up item 17C under City Manager's informational items, which is the status of the Von Mall restoration design.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thanks, Your Honor. And with thanks to Councilor Cook, what I wanted to point out is that there was a request for a report back, and we provided the last public information session on July 22nd, where we spoke with stakeholders at that meeting and in advance to include the Public Art Review Committee. And we wanted to make sure that input from the previous outreach efforts, and I know Councilor Cook is invested in that as well, to what we provide as a blank canvas or a backdrop to the work that will be performed. So we did have that public information session on July 22nd, and the report is attached to my report as well as on the city website. So I think I'll stop there and turn it back to you, Councilor Cook.
Thank you. Thank you to the city manager for the update in the packet, and the presentation was actually very well attended, I thought, mostly by people who work either on Von Mall or live adjacent to Von Mall. And so I think it was really important to take in their feedback, and I was there for the entirety of the meeting, and I believe that the staff did a very good job of answering questions and taking valuable input from residents. So I think that we are definitely moving in the right direction. But tonight I have a motion to accept that plan so that they can move forward. And the reason I'm bringing that motion to you tonight is that much like having plans for Prescott Park, we have plans from 2017 for Von Mall, but also that address the Worth lot and Bridge Street lot. And I want to make sure that there are no questions about whether or not the staff can move forward with a plan on Von Mall and go ahead and go out to bid for restoration of Von Mall, much like making improvements to Prescott Park, which we also discussed earlier this year. We had to have a separate motion to make sure that we could move forward with those plans, because it isn't actually what we had already in our planning documents. So that is my motion tonight. I would like to move to accept the Von Mall redesign plan in substantially similar form as presented to the City Council tonight in your packet, noting that any changes made on the Von Mall do not preclude later implementation of the 2017 plans for Von Mall, Worth lot, and Bridge Street lot.
Second.
So,
Any discussion? Counselor Cook.
I just also wanted to say, I think it's important to note that the planning occurred in 2017. We have diagrams. If you want to go look at the existing plans for Bridge Street, Worth, and Von Mall. However, those plans were extremely ambitious and very expensive. They would require quite a bit of planning work down the road. So, but we did have a Blue Ribbon Committee that met over a period of time to talk about how we should implement those plans. And I want to honor the work of that committee and that group and those that went through the effort to do this plan and put this plan in place. And hopefully, down the road, we will be in a position as a community to fund that plan.
Counselor Cook. Counselor Tabor.
Some of the description said that we would remove a bunch of trees and we would replace some trees. Do we net out losing a lot of trees? Or come out
We
pretty even.
will have to, I'm looking for Peter to help me confirm. Peter, the question was relative to trees. I know some of the big trees do need to come out, and we will replace trees. I believe it is a net loss of trees, but I don't want to misspeak.
Yeah.
I want Peter to confirm.
I'm sorry, the question was whether it was a
Trees.
net loss of trees?
Yes.
Yes, there is net loss of trees. And the shade structures would be installed to help offset that. The trees that have been removed are the ones that have been lost.
Okay, so they're already gone.
Oh, yeah.
And, yeah, okay,
It's
so
all
I
gone.
was,
Trees are
just,
gone.
I did want to, the trees are already gone. We're not taking, are we
We're
taking?
taking more trees down.
More
We're gonna
trees.
be installing
So
more
every
trees,
tree that you
installing
see
new
there,
trees.
okay, will be there without an act of God in the immediate future. Okay, just,
So,
thank you. So the net is already realized.
we love our trees.
Tree City USA. All right, Councilor Cook.
Thank you. And also, if you look back at the diagrams, and Peter Rice can verify this, we're actually adding some more trees back and also some more planting beds. So there will be more greenery in the space in addition to what is existing
All
there
right,
right
so
now.
a chalk line right now, more trees. Net positive to the trees that are there at the moment.
Tree City USA.
All right. Tree City USA.
I think we're getting a little punchy.
All right. Thank you for that.
We need a vote.
So, yep, so that, was that the full motion?
There's-
Okay.
I need a second, though.
Was there a
I
second?
did second it.
Oh,
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Counselor Cook.
I have a second motion, and the reason this dovetails with Von Mall is this motion is related to public art at Von Mall. At the presentation last week, the Department of Public Works specifically spoke about the space on Von Mall being available for public art. And the Public Art Review Committee has discussed this for the last few years around specifically a project that there's information in your packet about to address what we experienced in the community, kind of as a hate experience several years ago in 2021. And there was a fundraising effort in the community to raise some funds for public art around the LGBTQ community. A group of stakeholders got together and started meeting and discussing what we could do for public art, because there are challenges around crosswalks because they're hard to maintain, and you would not want them to look as if they weren't being maintained on a regular basis. You want a public art piece that is more permanent and easier to maintain. And so this group started discussing that concept. The concept is presented in your packet as a piece of public art around the idea of the city of the open door. That means it addresses everyone in our community, anyone who's welcome. And so they would like to move forward with that concept, noting that this is not a project of the Public Art Review Committee. It's not funded with city funds. It's an outside group of individuals who are raising funds for this piece of art that would be donated to the city. And they just wanted the council to give the blessing on the concept moving forward, so that they will then initiate that process, and then they would come back to us at a later date to ask to donate the piece of art to us. But the reason that they're presenting the concept now is because they're an outside group, and they're seeking to put that piece of public art, hopefully, to donate it to us for a space on Von Mall.
Thank you, Counselor Cook. Any discussion? Counselor, I'll go Counselor Morrow, because Counselor Bagley's kind of in between.
I guess I like the concept of the city of the open door. I guess I'm having, because I'm not a very artist type person, I guess I was seeing this as we're looking to reserve space, but how do we know what space to reserve when we don't know what's going to be there?
We do need a second. I'll second it for discussion.
She didn't actually make the motion yet.
Oh, I thought that was the
No,
motion.
I didn't. I will. I'll make the motion and then I'll explain. I'd move to support the recommendation of the Public Art Review Committee for the concept of a donated City of the Open Door art piece in the Von Mall.
Second for discussion.
Okay.
Okay, would you like to speak more to that?
Yes. So this group is they're moving forward with fundraising, and they just want confirmation that the city would be open to accepting a piece of public art around this concept before they issue an RFP, and then they bring in, they will issue their own RFP and have a call for artists, and then you'll have a more developed plan for that piece of art. Once you have that plan for a piece of art, then it'll come back to the council for the council to approve acceptance of that piece of art. But they would like some assurance they're going out to raise money for a project and to issue an RFP. They don't want to think that they're going in the wrong direction, and that it's not something the council would entertain.
Councilor Cook, Councilor Bagley.
Thank you, Councilor Cluck, and I'm glad it's coming to the council. I do have a concern, not necessarily with the group or the artwork, but if my memory is not incorrect, we just got a significant donation from our city sister, Santi Conchiargo, for a piece of public art on Von Mall.
Sounds
So-
It's overhead.
Oh, yeah,
So
overhead.
I would not be supportive of having two simultaneous competing pieces of public art in the same spot. I feel like we should do one, and then maybe the next one, but having them both go concurrently feels weird to me.
Well, I don't know if, okay, Councilor Cook,
Um,
respond to that, her motion.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is something the Public Art Review Committee, of course, has considered, because the Public Art Review Committee has discussed the Sant'Arcangelo pieces of public art and exactly where those will be placed on Von Mall. This would not conflict in any way with the overhead lighting feature that's a gift from Sant'Arcangelo. In fact, Von Mall is quite extensive. When you go looking at it, we've done walkthroughs with the Department of Public Works, and with this subcommittee as well, to discuss what makes sense as far as space and what would not cause any conflict or challenge to existing planning on the part of the Department of Public Works for Von Mall or for the art pieces that will be placed there.
Councilor Bagley.
Maybe I didn't really express myself clearly. We're getting a gift from our sister city, and there's going to be talk about it, and it's going to get developed and installed, and it's going to be going on for the next year. I think it's in poor taste to have a second group fundraising for public art in the exact same space at the same time, because as a layperson, I would potentially get confused.
Two very different.
Can I jump in for
Yeah.
a second? It's my understanding that you could take this donated art as a gateway treatment at either one end of the walkway or the other, whereas the lighting is going to be up and sort of offset of one another. So the Von Mall will be designed to accept and make room for lots of art, lots of different pieces of art. So
I guess the sequencing feels, it's going to be Von Mall and art, and then somebody like me, that's what I hear. I don't differentiate between surface or lighting or entryway.
Okay.
And maybe I'm completely wrong, but that's how I feel about it.
I guess appreciate obviously the donation of Sant'Arcangelo to the city of Portsmouth, and especially as it relates to the north end and as a gateway into the city. And I think it's fantastic. I also know that we have changed the Von Mall from being a fully fleshed out, very expensive project to something that is akin to a canvas. I think that canvas is what Davey D had said at some point. And while I appreciate that we could sequence, the implementation of these canvases or these art pieces on the canvas, we have not yet received even the RFP or the timeline for when this is going to be. And it's very possible that we, at that point, say, yes, this is fantastic, and we would like to wait, 6 months from the time of this to make sure that we have the proper, engagement, or not. But I guess what I think we're voting on tonight is whether or not a outside organization should hold an RFP to, at one point in the future, deliver an art in some thematic resemblance to the city of the open door at a new area of a gateway where people are walking into the town, which I don't see an issue. I originally read this and had an issue with the idea of accepting art before we saw it, but then spoke to Councilor Cook, and it's accepting the concept of so that they can move forward with an RFP, which I feel much more comfortable, and I think it aligns to what we had previously done for the 2023, 400th anniversary of Su Yun Chern. Is that was it?
Yeah, for Sija Chen's
Sija
sculpture.
Chen, piece of artwork, or the concept that became C.J. Chen's piece of artwork, and then came back as a final gift, because I remember that gift because the RFP process was somewhat contentious in terms of people, coming back. So this is very early on in that, and I think just, I think we have to speak not to the timing of this, but to speak to the merits of when this would go forward if we want an outside group to fundraise for something like this. Councilor Blaylock.
And I just want to remind everyone, Von Mall's named after William Vaughn. It's not named after Mo Vaughn, like a lot of my baseball players thought it was.
Or Charlie Vaughn.
But he was part of the Royal Council of New Hampshire in 1679. So.
Wow. Mo Vaughn was the first poster I had in the room. So you met Mo Vaughn? What? Wow. That's Cynthia Vaughn. All right. Any further discussion? Understand, I do think that it's a possibility to make sure that, and I think that, I guess, in terms of artwork especially, being able to, it lifts all boats, as we add more things. I do think that with the C.J. Chen artwork, it was made better by the codfish there and to create, a destination. So I understand the point. But I do think that it's possible to do them both tastefully and respect, the gifts of both organizations, especially our sister city. So I will be supporting this. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Next up, Councilor Hopkins.
City Councilors, I present to you the Traffic and Safety Committee action sheet and minutes, and I would move to approve and accept the action sheet and minutes of the July 2nd, 2026 Parking and Traffic Safety Committee meeting.
Second.
Any discussion?
I think we've talked about parking enough.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Next, approval of grants and donations. The New Hampshire Department of Health and Human Services opioid abatement program, the City of Portsmouth, in the amount of $776,653 for an additional police department social worker, an additional school department social worker, and housing funds for the welfare department.
Your Honor, I move to accept the New Hampshire Department of Health and Human Services opioid abatement program, City of Portsmouth, in the amount of $776,653 as presented.
Second.
This is the mayor.
Your Honor, I just want to thank all of the city staff, including the chief, who is here.
He's here. Yeah, this is what he's here for. It's you. Look at that. All right.
Deputy City Manager Carl Weber, our school social worker, our police department social worker, our welfare social worker. They've spent many hours writing and fighting for this, and when we went to Concord, those testimonies really put our application high above other communities, and the proven track record that our community has of spending these resources wisely and building up programs that can be imitated and replicated in other communities. So I just wanted to give a big shout out to the team who, drove to Concord, fought for this money, and really works hard. And I'm very happy that we are adding another social worker to our team.
And Your Honor, this is a 2-year grant funding.
Amazing. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Nathan's bar to clap is $775,000. All right, New Hampshire Highway Safety Grant, Police Commission, in the amount of $24,100 to support 6 highway safety initiatives.
I move to accept the terms of the highway safety grant as presented in the amount of $24,100.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Next up, one we've already done, the Ranger Chapter Daughters, on to donation for Portsmouth Lodge of Elks, number 97, in the amount of $4,500 to cover fees associated with training American Red Cross lifeguards for the Portsmouth indoor pool.
Your Honor, I move to accept the Portsmouth Lodge of Elks number 97 donation in the amount of $4,500 as presented.
Second.
Any discussion?
No, I just thank the Elks for this donation. You know, as we all know, it's hard to hire lifeguards and any, you know, covering any expense that helps do that. We're very grateful. And then we're allowed to keep our pools open and keep all our summers safe. So, thank you.
Indeed. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Next, city manager's informational items.
Your Honor, we still have two to discuss. I'll be really brief. The first is thank you to Monty Bohannon and the communication team, along with our IT team. They've been working for the past several months to overhaul the project's dashboard, which is part of this DPW web page. So please check it out if you haven't. And we look forward to providing this kind of innovation to future departments within our website overall. So we're excited to bring changes in that regard. And the second one, and I think it was a request of Councilor Bagley not too long ago, was to provide online guides to help residents navigate land use boards. And so we have the guide. We have one-pagers for all 5 guides. They're on the city website. And thanks for the reminder that that was something important to do and do quickly. So.
They went up really fast.
Anything under miscellaneous? All right, I wait a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?